and our flag was still there. Come on now. Strange we used to say that shit, the Pledge of Allegiance and stuff. I mean, you think about it, like, you know, it's your pledge of allegiance. I pledge allegiance to you, to a flag. Not what that flag represents, not, you know, as long as that flag keeps doing the right thing, I'm pledging allegiance to this flag and whatever it stands for. It's dangerous. Dangerous. So, today we continue the series on Hollywood and how the Jays completely control it. You know, my wife has the best intentions most times. And you know, she's very smart, and you know, she sees a lot of things, but you know, she's a human. I mean, she's got her things she's dumb about. She's got her, you know, she makes mistakes, things like that. Like, it's just a human. It's nothing, not like some, I don't know, it's weird. It's hard to try, you know, you try to talk about things and people and situations and whatnot, and you it's like you're always sitting here going, but I'm not, because everybody's so sensitive. But my wife, you know, a lot of times she'll say shit and she hasn't necessarily looked into it. She's seen something, or, you know, a headline popped up or something like that, and she went with it because it fits the narrative that she wants to believe. And a lot of times it's something fucked up. Like, she's doing it because something fucked up happened, and she's like, hey, did you see this? Or hey, did you see that? And I'll be like, But yesterday she brought up the whole thing and how these fires were to cover up everything and the triangulated aspects of it. And the thing is, you know, I mean, I didn't put a whole bunch into it, but if you look, like, I don't know, I have to look in, but like, usually when she says things like that, it doesn't like stick with me, and I don't go, oh, fuck yeah, that makes, you know, 100%. This totally makes sense. I totally get it. And I'm surprised I didn't think about it or any, but yeah, it really does make sense, especially when you look at, you know, how many people involved, like rich, famous people's houses were what's up, dude? Were destroyed, and not Jay's. The Jay's houses didn't seem to get hit nearly as hard. And, you know, I've been begging you guys not to fall for the Diddy thing for quite some time now. You know, it to me, it's obvious. It is are you talking about the fire? Yeah. Diddy is obviously has been, and the patsy, the young dumb fool who got put into a position of power so that it could be taken. That's why they gave it to him. That's why they let Diddy be Diddy. So when shit did pop off, they had their patsy. You know, hey, Diddy, you throw the best parties, so let's do all of our horrible shit at your house. Tapes on everybody. He was like, they were even sort of pushing it that Diddy was the Epstein of the blah blah blah. Well, if Diddy had tapes on everyone, and those tapes were destroyed in these fires, I don't know. Part of that is sort of believable to me, and then there's the other side of it, which goes, well, don't you think a lot of that shit would have been backed up and I don't know. I mean, I guess if you put it in the cloud, then they have access to it, don't they? LA is just clearing ground for the Olympics 2028. Yeah. I mean, you know, the one thing that we never talk about is like if you go look at Japan or, you know, any place that was like bombed to bejesus all those years back. It's a modern superhero Marvel today. You know, it's Japan is incredible in what they are, in how the infrastructure and all that works. And like even the neighborhood I live in, right? The neighborhood I live in was built in like the 30s and the 40s. They were using clay pipes and shit. I can't imagine how come, you know, how we're not all subject to more sinkholes, because I you know, all these pipes that were made of clay or whatever they were made of, you know, the root systems have grown through the pipes, and I would imagine like there's a lot more spillage out there than people think. But you can't go through and redo all this. There's no way. You would have to level all of this to be able to redo it. And that's, you know, it's like New York, you know, Chicago, Detroit, all these places. These places were built long before modern anything existed. Now, does that necessarily mean it's worse? I don't know. I don't think anything we build today will still be around 100 years from now. I watched the good cheapest way to clear ground. Don't have to buy land, torch it, and pay pennies on the dollar. Build the Olympics. Well, I mean, there's the whole paradise thing that nobody talks about anymore. And you know, Nancy Pelosi's husband owns the railway line, the light rail line that was said to be built in the exact same spot that the fire burned, like paradise, and then a line down, and then that other little, that was like the exact layout of the planned rail system. So, you know, I don't really know. I mean, again, we have to think about it from a perspective of those that don't give a shit about us. What do you mean? If you're really concerned about submarines and you can't stay on topic for some reason, go watch the first 9 parts. The first 9 parts will be all about submarines for you. And then maybe after you get your answers, then you can come back and have the big boy conversation about whatever we're talking about on this feed. How about that? If you really want to know about submarines, go check it out. Debunk the hell out of it. If you believe in submarines, you're a fool. But if you believe in submarines, I would assume you probably believe in space travel. You know, at the same time, you probably believe in Jesus. You know, it's interesting how we've been manipulated into believing contradictory things, and then, you know, thinking that it's not only do we believe it, but those are our thoughts. We weren't told to think that way. I watched a good YouTube video from Sean Ryan talking to a guy that had information about the guy who blew up the Tesla in Vegas. It's really interesting. Maybe. I don't know. I always think like when it's somebody that is allowed to be, you know, allowed to make a living, allowed to be sort of famous, allowed to do, I question it, man. You know, whether or not they know that they're controlled opposition or not, that's a whole different story. But the you know, because a lot of people don't realize it, but there's a reason why they're pushed to the mainstream. And it's because they talk about the things that they're supposed to talk about. Space travel is fake. There you go. Bill Murray said it best in Ghostbusters 1. He's talking to Gozer. There is no... Whatever, and said, why New York should be living the good life in the beautiful San Fernando Valley. He said, why New York he should be living. Oh, why New York he should be living the good life in beautiful San Fernando Valley. I mean, I don't know. Like that whole thing about like they put it in the movies and all that stuff beforehand. I don't know. I don't know about all that. Maybe. I work in commercial space flight, but have not received my hush money check. You work in commercial space flight. I'm sure you do. I believe you. You know? Don't you guys believe the random person that comes on here and says they do things? Why wouldn't you? It's not like these aren't the same people that are willing to say anything other than, debunk what's being said most of the time. But and if you are a real person and I call you out, you have to have some compassion. You have to have some understanding. You have to realize what I deal with and understand my skepticism. How many shots of crack today? How many shots of crack? That's interesting. I've only seen one person shoot crack before. I did watch him shoot it in his neck, though, and that was fucking weird. While driving down the freeway. This dude cooks up a rock of crack and then shoots it in his neck vein. It was fucking insane. I could not believe what I was watching. That was the last day in Virginia. I left Virginia the next day. Dude, I would love to have a private conversation with you. I don't do private conversation. My wife, it bugs her. It happened last night. We start talking about something, and immediately when I just think like, if we're talking about it, we can have the same conversation, but why not have it so everybody can see it? There's nothing that needs to be said in private that can't be said in front, and maybe those conversations are going to reach people, so there's no need for a private conversation. Not an argument. There's a conversation. I just want to pick your brain and exchange views and thoughts. That's what this is for. That's why we do this, because this, all those, like, we never know what we're going to say in a conversation. And it might get lost or whatever. And you can't redo it. It's best when it's organic. So whatever you have to say it. I'm all for it. I'll read what you say. As long as you don't show that you're a piece of shit, I'll do my best to read your comments. It's not hard to work in the field. Lots of open applications. Sure. Yeah. Here we have the same stupid profile is back here again. 8:30 in the morning, and they're here on my nuts, just hang because they hate me so much. Does that make sense? Only so they can try their best to dissuade other people from watching, because they don't talk to me. They don't try to, debunk what I'm saying. They know they can't. I'm not saying anything wrong. The field doesn't pay shit. The fact that you think you can work in something, that means you know everything about it. Shows you how dumb you are. Most of us have had fast food jobs at some point. Does that mean you know how the pink slime gets in the meat to begin with? Do you know anything about the production? Do you know anything about what happens on the highest levels? Do you even know who all of the CEOs and board members and shit are? I don't hate, right. You laugh at the guy that says we should kill pedos and eliminate the J conspiracy. Right, that's super funny. The guy that flat out calls you a pedo. You, anti-toy, is a pedo. Let's see how they respond. Is the point of this page that submarines aren't real or something else? Well, are we talking about submarines? Do you understand that things have titles? Like, does it make sense to you that maybe that could be the title? And since it's part 65, we're probably not talking about submarines 65 times in a row. Like, it's crazy. It's crazy to me how if you just came here and listened for like 2 minutes, wouldn't you be able to figure out what the feed was about? Isn't that pretty simple? Yep. We have all these people that want to be taken seriously, but they can't say anything that matters. And they're here all day. I could go live any day, anytime, and they're here to watch because they laugh at me so much. Yep, that makes sense. That totally makes sense. You know, this is it makes it difficult because, you know, I'm gonna keep going. Right, I know you do. I know there are real people here. I get it. And the only reason I point this out to people is to me, it's evidence, right? A lot of times you're not going to have evidence necessarily. You're not going to have signed pieces of paper with like Netanyahu signed this piece of paper saying that that Team Jorge focuses on people like me. You'll never see that. Most of you don't even know what Team Jorge is. And if I read to you what Team Jorge is, which is Israel's cybersecurity apparatus that they use as bot farm social media campaigns to control things. Over 40,000 bots at their disposal back in 2022. Like, when you start to see these things and put it together, you have to understand, this is your evidence. My feed is some of the best evidence possible. All of these people who, whatever word they want to use, I call it obsess. They obsess over me. And it's negatively. If they're here for negative purposes. So if I screw up some math, or I screw up a date, or I say a name wrong, or something like that, they're quick to point it out. So they can and do, tell me if they think I'm wrong. When it comes to the J stuff, when it comes to the Israel stuff, when it comes to the pedo stuff, they say nothing. What does that tell you? Like, they're not going to raise their hand and be like, yeah, we are from the pedo networks and we're trying to stop anybody. We're Jays. They're not going to say that shit. I've literally had a few of them claim to be Jays, and then when pointed out how stupid they are, they retract it. Like, no, actually, I'm not a Jay. I'm something else. Because they look stupid and they realize it. In my town, my community pays money to junkies to stand in my driveway every day for the courts and bankrupt companies to keep an eye on me. Spent over $1 million already. That's mine. Not really sure what that is. And if you're, this dumbass blaming autocorrect. It's the computer is the one that gets it wrong, not the stupid fucking person that's typing it in. Gotcha. Favorite conspiracy theory? I don't have a favorite conspiracy theory. I have a favorite fucking truth. I have a favorite target, if you will. And that's the J stuff. Because the J stuff is the head conspiracy. Everything else is just distraction. It's weird to say it too, because like, to say that the pedo stuff is just distraction. Oh look, the person I flat out called a pedo didn't deny being a pedo. Strange, isn't it? But if you wanna eliminate the pedos in the world, you want to eliminate the vax situation, you want to eliminate the fake government Trump blah 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 bullshit, These are all distractions to keep our focus on something that doesn't actually, like it matters, but if you're focused on this, you're not seeing the bigger picture. You know, they have you focused on the individual dots, not the whole Monet. And that's you know, we have to look at the bigger picture, and it's the big picture, not me. You know, I know a lot of people want to talk about me, but I want to talk about the big picture. The big picture is that the Jays control everything. Right? You guys have to understand that's what's going on here. The Jays control everything. That's why things are so fucked up. Because that's how they want them to be. They want it to be all fucked up so that we are stuck, you know, just not understanding. We're stuck in this place of buffoonery. So we're going back to this. And you can see that we're 30 minutes into an hour and 38 long. We are cattle, big picture. Yeah and no. I mean, it's a good analogy for people, but it's worse than that. It's like we are tables. We are chairs. Goyim is everything. You know, not just animals, not just people, but the couches, the chairs, the beds. It's service. We are a product. And that's what people need to understand. We're a product. Hang on a second.
Why? I'm guessing he realized the perilous financial situation he put you and your daughter in. The only real asset you had was the $25 million insurance policy. Which we could not collect on if he died by his own hand. So he hired someone to do it for him. Exactly. And of course, they had to make it look like something other than what it was. Last night I kept listening to the voicemail Jeremy left you the night he died.
Think about like there's somebody here that is literally typing blah, blah over and over again. That's what's going on. That's how dumb this person is. Can you imagine if I was like, you know, the Jays control the world and blah 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 blah, and I just said, would that make for a decent video? You know, I'm sitting here trying to show you what it is, and I would really appreciate if you were smarter and could debunk anything being said. But this is a movie that was made in 1998. It's called Hollywoodism: How the Jews Invented Hollywood, 1998. Let's see. That's all. Yeah. The history of the influence of Eastern European Jewish empire, Jewish emigre, gotcha. Emigre culture has had on Hollywood and the films created in its golden age. All right. I hate this song. Somewhere Over the Rainbow is a terrible song. Here we go. Here's some Golden Age Hollywood. He's telling us truth. All you damn sheep just believe the government is here to help us and take care of us. Well, you know what the problem is, dude? They are. They should be. If you've been brainwashed into thinking that other people, like that everybody needs to work 40, 60 hours a week and yada, dude, you're crazy. You've been duped. You know, our system should take care of us. No one should have to work. There are plenty of people that like working, like my father-in-law. If he was given, like if he had his old body, he's old now, if he had his younger body, and somebody was like, look, you could sit on your ass all day and do nothing, or you could run this business. He would absolutely want to run the business. There are plenty of people out there like that. And to think that, the vast majority of the people would be more like that. Of course, at the beginning, when it first happened, yeah, there would be a time when people would be kind of lazy because they've just been worked so tremendously. But, I mean, are any of you like that? If you have nothing to do you do nothing? Like, it's one thing to say, like, oh, I've worked my ass off 6 days a week, and then the one day I have off, I literally do nothing. Well, yeah, you're recharging, you're recouping.
It definitely takes more than a day. That's why you feel still so tired when you go back to work the next day.
Exactly.
And then you also have the guilt that you got nothing done.
Don't forget about smart dust that looks like fog, but it's not. So, if you guys remember San Bernardino, right? The San Bernardino shooting. First of all, I've looked that shit up, and because it was just gone, it hasn't been like 9/11, right? But it should absolutely be 9/11, because San Bernardino is about as crazy a fucking narrative as they've given us.
How many people died in that one?
I don't know, 14 or something. I don't remember. We might even just look it up real quick. But what nobody talks about is how right after San Bernardino, like the next morning, this weird fog hit the northern hemisphere. All around the world, it was foggy. And it was cold. It wasn't like... All right, well, as soon as it clears, I'll do what I need to do and get it out to you today. I'll send you the tracking number later. It was cold outside. So this idea of there being fog just doesn't make any sense to begin with. And it lasted for weeks. Every single day it was foggy all over the northern hemisphere, and nobody fucking talks about it. What the hell was going on for those couple of weeks? If the government takes care of us, who do you think should pay for it? Understand that, dude. What do you think pay for it means? The government creates the money. There's nothing behind the money. And if you're dumb enough to think shiny rocks equal money, then they have you duped. Who should pay for it? We have to really look at our concept of money. The money that's created by a private bank. People that think the Federal Reserve Bank it's not federal, it's private. And every dollar that goes out with interest. So every dollar that goes out costs, say, $1.25 in return. That does nothing but create debt. But your mind isn't in the right place. You have to... Neil deGrasse Tyson was on Joe Rogan. And one of the first things that Joe asked him was, how does he deal with people that, think the earth is this, that? And he said, I don't deal with that. And Joe was like, what? And he said, what I do is I tell people how to think. Because if you can teach people how to think, then what they think is secondary. And when he said it, I was like pissed, like, oh, what a dick, blah, blah, blah. But then I kind of thought about it. And it's all about how you think. That's what the real control is. If you believe in germs, if you think there are invisible germs that are flying around, it's super intelligent, invisible germs flying around getting people sick, well, then you're going to believe in medicines, you're going to believe in shots, you're going to believe whatever kind of crazy shit they want you to believe. If you believe you live on a ball flying through space, then you're going to believe when they blow something up and they say, oh, a rock fell out of the sky. Huh, that's what it was. You're going to always have that fear inside your head that a rock could fall out of the sky and kill us all like it did the dinosaurs. If you believe that like not everybody is built to work 40, 50, 60 hours a week, mentally or physically. It's crazy. If everybody really had to work, if that was the thing, that everybody had to work, wouldn't it make more sense that everybody has to work, 3-4 hours a day, 3-4 days a week? That way everybody we have way more jobs available. Everybody will be working at their peak performance. Nobody will be burnt out. Nobody will hate what they do. You just do your little part to contribute, and then if that was the case, why wouldn't it be that way? But it's the mentality that we have, that somebody like the homeless people, you see homeless people and they're late, go get a job. Do you understand how difficult it is to get a job?
Well, and if you have no address,
right,
you can't get a job.
That's what I'm saying.
You can't use the shelter's address.
You can't. Where are you going to keep your clothes?
If you're homeless, chances are you don't have somebody willing to let you use their address.
Their shower. All that shit. And a lot of homeless people have fucking mental issues. Nobody wants to be out living outside in this. It's wild to think like how brainwashed you. So people think like, so your whole reason for being born is so that you can work 40, 50, 60 hours a week. When you're at work, you're missing everything that has to do with your family and all that shit. And then when you're at home, you're too tired. You're exhausted. That's what life is all about. Work yourself to fucking death so that when you get real, real old, then you finally might not have to work anymore. That's what our purpose is. That's what we're here for. That's what life is all about. Making rich people richer, so and you working your slave job. It's just it's interesting just how brainwashed we are. When you go to Walmart and you see a little old lady who you're like, why the fuck is this little old lady working at Walmart? She can barely stand up. She looks like hell. Well, she's probably working because her whole life she was a housewife, which is an extremely difficult job. She kept a good house, kept a good family, raised a few kids, grandkids, all that shit. But when her husband died, the money stopped. And now she has to go back to work, working at Walmart, standing there greeting people. Because at least she's not at home. She's doing a good job there. Don't you feel so much better when you walk into Walmart and you see some old crippled lady who says, well, welcome to Walmart? That makes you feel better. Doesn't that make your shopping experience that much better? Look, I get it. Humans are in a shitty situation. We shouldn't be designed to work every day, but what's the solution? Not the cause, the solution. What's the solution? Well, first of all, I don't have all the solutions. I can think of a few things. I already gave you one. What if everybody worked? If you have to work, then everybody works a lot less. That would make things a lot better for everyone.
Go back to more of a barter system.
Well, I think at the end of the day,
a lot of stuff it's very, reasonable and makes sense.
It can be, but we're talking about on a large level. On a large level, we have to realize we have the means, the technology, and the resources to make amazing things happen. Computers and machines should be doing most of the fucking jobs and could be doing most of the jobs that exist. There are certain jobs where, you need humans to do it, blah, blah, blah. But those jobs will become obsolete over time. But if we have humans involved, or if we have machines involved doing these jobs, like when it comes to the car companies, right? Most of the jobs that are done in the big factories could be done much more efficiently by robots, and they've done that. They've taken a lot of those jobs and gotten rid of them. But we still keep a bunch because people have to work. That's the mentality. Things could be a lot better, but we don't let that happen. And again, this isn't an overnight switch thing. People have to understand, like, you have to be willing to do your part. Everybody has to do their part. If you know that your means are going to be taken care of, your food is going to be taken care of, whatever. You can go to the store and get whatever food you need, and your lights will stay on, and your water will stay on, and all that stuff. All you have to do is do your part. Well, yeah, there's going to be a couple of people, there's going to be a large portion of the people that don't want to do their part. But does that really make you not do your part? Like, if you're surrounded by 100 people that are doing their part, and six people are off sitting on the side just milking it, like enjoying it, sitting there not doing shit, does that really make it so that your part is less valuable? You know, if people aren't doing their part in a society where contribution and you know, perception is everything, it's not money, it's what you contribute. Well, if you're not somebody that contributes, you're not going to get the all the good things in society. Does that mean you should die? No. No, you can still eat. You can still whatever. It is what it is. There's going to be a few fucking bad ones. But again, in a situation where we're looking at things more honestly and we eliminate a lot of the people's turmoil, then we're going to be able to look at the mentalities and look at things differently. We're going to be able to talk to people and fix a lot of these problems. You know, with this change comes, it can't just be one thing at a time. It has to be, you know, you have to be able to say, okay, you know, all of the abuse that people suffer as children that turn them into horrible adults, we need to eliminate those abusers. We're not going to live in a society where we cover that shit up anymore, or we give them a second, third, fourth, fifth chance to do it. You know, we have to look at things differently. If all of us working together to build solar roads all throughout the United States, if we all had to contribute to that project to make that work, but then it meant free energy for everyone from here on out, wouldn't that be worth your effort? You know, it's just a mentality thing. It's how we think that's been corrupted. We all think that in a bad situation that like, you know, it's every man for themselves, and like all the preppers out there. What are the preppers prepping for? Especially those with all the weapons and shit. Who do you think they're prepping to kill? Us. Who would pay for the solar road material? Again, your brain isn't working right here. Pay for what? Like, what do you mean pay for it? That is an illusion. We pay for things based on illusion. Somebody says this costs this much money and you go, okay. But if the government if the government of the people, first of all, I know if we stopped giving Israel $3.8 billion a year, that would free up a lot of money. If we pulled out all of our military that's over in Israel, that would save us a lot of money. You know, the two largest aircraft carriers in the United States fleet are sitting over in Israeli waters. How much do you think those things cost to run every day? Right? Like it's, again, I know I don't have all the solutions for things. You know, solar roads is to me a great idea. Water power cars. You know, the cars that run on water. These kinds of things, like, you know, these should be the norm. So there's a lot of little pieces to this, and there's a lot of those things like a water power car, but in other forms of, you know, other things that I don't know about. You know, there's all sorts of advances and advancements and amazing things that the world produces that you and I just don't get access to. And we should be bothered by that. You know, we shouldn't be accepting of it. This is what needs to go.
Okay. I'll package it all up when I get back to this.
Whatever. 1.23 million per day to operate an aircraft carrier. Yeah, maybe an aircraft carrier of normal size. But the two largest, most advanced aircraft carriers in our fleet probably cost a lot more than that. 1.23 is the average, you know, an average amount. So as goofy as it sounds, the small aircraft carriers are averaged into that. I mean, it goes across the board. Like, what am I saying that sounds bad to people? Right? What are we talking about here? You mentioned water power cars. Look up Stanley Meyer. That's another rabbit hole. Exactly. Exactly. That's just one. There's been multiple people that have created cars that run on water. They've been made a few times. But this is like, this kind of shit is where it's like, you know, so why aren't we using it? What is the official answer? How come you as people, you know, how come we don't go, like, we know that water power cars, water, you know, powered cars are an old technology that the government, you think they don't use that shit? I still think there's a huge, the whole, you know, jet fuel conspiracy is just another rabbit hole that people really need to fucking, where does all that liquid go? If they say it's in the wings, understand, if you ever tried to carry a large amount of liquid, you don't think that shit sloshes back and forth? What's going on with that? And you just don't know. You just know what you're supposed to know. That's the real thing with all of this. You don't say too much crazy shit. You just need a little more patience with people. That's all. Yeah, that's what it is. Do you see these comments, dude? Are you paying attention? Like, our society is so fucking obvious. Like, you know, the thing is, when it comes to the conspiracy stuff, the like smoking gun end all be all argument is that I can present you with tons of shit that you're just gonna go, you won't be able to answer for it. When I ask you, how do you think they built the tunnel system under Chicago in the 1800s? How do you know, how are they building all these marvelous, incredible buildings with ornate fucking, every little piece of it is ornate and sculpted and chiseled and carved into marble and all other sorts of stone and just all, how do they do all that in a couple of years? Back in the no power tools, back in the 1800s or earlier. You know? Do you understand that there is a fucking genocide happening right now? Why are we okay with the genocide? Why are we okay knowing that a group of people cuts and sucks on baby penises as a part of their fucking crazy ritual bullshit? You know, understand all of this stuff. You know, there's so many things with Trump that Trump supporters just ignore, and you just like, how do you do that? How do you just ignore his Epstein connection? He was best buddies with Epstein. Trump, Epstein, and Stephanopoulos were known as the Three Amigos or the Three Musketeers, something like that, in the New York night scene for years. They were best buddies. Trump then covered up his death. When he died, it was the Trump administration that covered that shit up. You know, the Trump administration that won, even though they lost by 2.7 million votes. The J-filled swamp that he promised to drain put him in anyway. You just don't like that. You just don't want to talk about that. And the big one that Trump supporters don't want to talk about is COVID. The Trump people locked us down. It was the Trump administration that gave us COVID and lost all those businesses and just all the shit that came from it. I was looking at my kids' school, like their Facebook page, and I went all the way back. I wanted to see, you know, just years back in the pictures. And it got to the 2022, 2021, 2020, and you just see, like, we were insane. They made us insane. And the stimulus, which cooked our economy. I mean, it's fucking nuts. The whole narrative is why anyone would ever fall for Trump is just nuts to me. You know? It's just fucking insane. Ugh. Of course I'm limping. I'm busted up, man. That's what happens.
Missing.
Yeah.
I got a fucking. Right. Oh my god, I'm so stupid.
You're not so stupid, Steph. What you doing, dog?
I gotta start locking this place down.
Definitely do. I mean, knowing who comes through. Right, right. No, that he's a piece of shit. Bye, I love you. Have a great day. Neighbor owed me some money. Motherfucker. Give me my money, man. Gotta catch people when you can. Ugh. Ooh la 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 la. You know, I don't know. I know we're better than this. You know, I know we're better than what they give us. Oh, you know what? Let's go back to it. Because this is what I was supposed to do today. So, again, this is a movie made about how they created Hollywood. I suggest everybody watches it. You know what? I'll even put the link in the description of this, just so you guys can see it. Yeah, I wanted to watch Operation Popeye. Forgot about that. I wanted to look into Operation Popeye. What was the thing I wanted to look up before that? There's so much to look up. There's so much information available to us. And there's so much that you don't know, and you just assume it's one thing or another. You don't realize they literally tell you the same shit.
In the 1920s and 30s, movie houses became temples of the new Hollywood religion.
They don't
Jewish values made kitsch. 75% of all Americans went to the movies at least once a week.
Wow. Think about that. 75% of Americans went to the movies at least once a week back then. That's total indoctrination, isn't it? And that's literally what they're saying. That's why this is why it's so fucking difficult, because it's like, you know, the average person's going to deny that there's some sort of J conspiracy. And I'm like, and really, if you say it, you get in trouble for it. Like, we're not supposed to talk about the J conspiracy. You're a bad person if you talk about the J conspiracy. And here they are making a fucking documentary movie about the shit, where they're bragging about it. When they brag about it, then it's cool. But when we talk about it, it's a bad thing, right? It's what they do. Look, every fucking dumb spam comment he makes just makes the algorithm work better. So, you know, that's why he's allowed to be here. He's allowed. I allow this fucker to have some sort of connection in his life, because I assume he doesn't have any real connections anywhere in life. So this is the one thing that he actually gets some sort of semblance of a fucking connection, and he revels in it. I have a genuine question, but I hesitate to ask because you can't piss me off. Understand this, guys. There's literally nothing you guys can do or say that's going to negatively affect me. It never bothers me, like nothing. None of you matter enough to me for me to actually like get upset about something. And you should all feel that way about me. You should feel that way about everyone that's not like important to you. You shouldn't let people upset you, especially if they ask you questions. That's insane. But that's how we've been taught to be, by them. By the society that says, you know, if somebody is offended by what you say, you shouldn't say it. If somebody gets upset about what you say, you shouldn't say it. You know, it's all brainwashing. It's brainwashing to keep the goy fucking stupid.
This kind of moviegoing was religious because it had to do with worship. It had to do with the screen being larger than you were, and you being in awe of what you were looking at, and feeling a certain reverence for it. And so there was, maybe you could say, a bogus spirituality, but it was a spirituality still that was believed in.
That's tremendous. That's a tremendous fucking saying, right? That's a tremendous thing to claim, that you created a religious experience for people. And with that in mind, think about it. If they knew that's what they were doing, then they knew exactly what they were doing. They knew how they were manipulating people to think.
Legendary producer Irving Thalberg, and the most famous of screen lovers, Greta Garbo and John Gilbert.
Actors became the gods and goddesses of the new American religion.
Gee, that's weird.
It's frenzied friendship, frantic fandom. Here she comes, the star.
And where there are new gods, there must be new idols. So the studio heads began a movie guild with the lofty title of the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences. It was Mayer's brilliant idea to create the Oscars, where the movie moguls could honor themselves by giving each other awards.
It was Mayer's brilliant idea. So just when you might start to think that like somebody is maybe telling secrets that they shouldn't, understand that this was all okayed. This was all certified and given the okay. And when they use those, they talk about like his brilliant idea. I am the most uneducated man in Florida. Look at that. Fucking Florida. When people are so dumb that they'll say anything and you can easily debunk them, they lose all credibility.
In this way, they went from being a group of immigrant Jews to award-winning American producers.
Thank you, Mr. Jessel. I'm proud to be the recipient of this
Louis B. Mayer.
award. Proud to be the head of a studio.
So Shirley Temple does an interview with Larry King where she talks about how, because she belonged to a different studio, you know, they still do it to some degree, but back then it was a lot more so that the studios were like baseball teams. And actors signed deals with each studio. And if you wanted to go work for the other studio, you got traded, you know, you got loaned, whatever it was. But it was, you know, they just made all the money and all the connections, and the actors were just the faces of it. And you're hearing this. They're bragging about this. But Shirley Temple was talking to Larry King, who's just a piece of shit. Larry King is just awful. And when she's telling Larry this story, he's like, yeah, like he's all into it. You could tell he's turned on by it. But the crazy woman to get so they mad over you ranting to the point where they're willing to make themselves look dumb. Yep, because I'm just ranting. But she talks about how she had a meeting at MGM Studios. And her mom took her, and she said that when they got to the meeting point, they split them up. Her mom went in with one of the other, it's MGM, so it's something in Mayer, and Shirley went into Mayer's office. And when she went in there, she was like, she walked in and he's in like a Batman type chair where he turns around and he's fucking naked. And she said she had never been in that situation before, which I find hard to believe, but she said she started laughing. And instead of showing the fear that he wanted to see, she started laughing at his old gross J ass naked. And he got all mad and kicked her out. And she went and sat there and waited, and finally her mom comes out of the room, and they didn't say anything, and they walked off. And as they were in the car, she told her mom what happened, and her mom said, well, at least you got out of there. Ha ha ha. Larry King. Louis B. Mayer was a piece of fucking trash, man. Louis B. Mayer is like that story. Shirley Temple's telling that story, and it's not like that's then worldwide news and everybody talks about it, and they show how, you know, culturally these people consistently do this years and years and years, and you know, nope, it's Diddy. It's Diddy's fault. Diddy did it all. Terminally online with 20 accounts. You outed yourself. What have I been telling you this whole time? I'm telling you guys, this is Team Jorge. Do you not get it now? They have multiple bot accounts that they use to try to interfere. But because they're stupid, stupid people, they can't actually like make me look bad. So they just say stupid things. I don't know how, I pointed out to you because I don't know how else I can prove it. I can read you the narrative that's given that they want us to know, and they, Team Jorge being busted and, not disbanded, just exposed. And they're just one of many, many Israeli black ops organizations. It's right there that the whole idea that Israel secretly controls social media it's not even a theory, it's a fact. They brag about it. And then you see what happens on my, what else do you need? What else can I show you? How else can I prove it to you? I remember when you said I was about my first day here, but we found a real one today. I mean, you still could be a bot. You understand that I'm going to assume anybody that comes here trolling the guy that thinks we should cut off Israel and eliminate the whole J menace while killing the pedophiles. If you are opposed to me, I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt and say that you're a bot. I really don't want to believe you're a real person that doesn't think we should kill pedos. And the only real people that don't think we should kill pedos, or doesn't think we should, whatever, are fucking pedos. That's it. Or pedo supporters, whatever. So, if you look at what I experience on my feed, trying to do and say the right things, the best things, the righteous things, you might understand why I'm skeptical of anybody that comes in talking shit. Why would you ever talk shit to the guy that wants to kill pedos? The German guy from the 40s, did he have the right idea or did he go about it wrong? He was an actor. He wasn't involved. Like, the thing about that whole thing is that you have been given a narrative. And a lot of the narrative's been left out. You don't know that. Like, just ask this question. Answer this question. You know the whole narrative that they were forced to wear armbands or little badges to show their J identity, right? Why didn't they take that shit off? Take it off. Leave the area. No, I'm just a white guy. I believe in Jesus. All right, see you later. I'm Italian, yeah. See ya. Why wouldn't you do everything you could? Especially like the idea that they didn't know. Well, where did they think all these J's were disappearing to? You're telling me there was nobody, no rumors, no nothing. Nobody knew anything. But at the same time, if you're going to build death camps, which we had internment camps. We had the Japanese internment camps at the exact same time here, where we rounded up the Japanese and they lived their lives. Not a great life, but they lived lives. But I'm supposed to believe that they built a bunch of death camps that were heated, had running water, had electricity, beds, blankets. They had their own money. They had theater groups. They had soccer teams. That's what you do with death camps? Are you serious? I never opposed that. Oh, just earth. Okay, well. You don't have any arguments to the contrary. You just oppose things because you're told to. $500 and I owe you $500. Yep. Oh yeah. Understand that your whole narrative about the Hollow hoax is given to you. It's a fake narrative. It's a fake narrative that they've been milking for as long as they can. And now that all of them are sort of dying off, they have to create another narrative. Except they seem to be going about it backwards. Why do you engage the fucking trolls? They're stupid. You know they're bots. Don't engage them. But just Like, why do you think they don't teach the shit anymore? When I was growing up, clearly when you were growing up, we used to have a month long at least a month long every single year in history class from like 4th, 5th grade on. We would have a month long lesson plan about the whole World War II and the Holocaust and how they were the victims and blah blah blah. Why do you think they don't do that anymore? If the Germans did have the ability to control a G. Message you from Pakistan. First off, thank you for being so truthful. Second, be careful as you will make enemies of powerful people. Finally, I'm praying that the change in... Well, praying does nothing. So praying is you making yourself feel better about doing nothing. You're being brainwashed if you believe in any sort of God, deity, whether it's Allah, whether it's God, it's Jesus, it's Muhammad. It's all fake bullshit to control us. You're better than that. And I love when people get mad at me for me saying you're better than. And clearly I've made enemies with higher ups. Look at what they do to my feed. Yep. Washington believe this. Hegemony in Pakistan. Thank you again. I feel bad for everybody over there. Yeah, walking around my apartment talking crazy for months now. And you know that because you're watching me walk around my apartment. Yeah. Got an apartment in the middle of a neighborhood. You know how it is. I don't know what you're talking about. Oh. Do. You guys, it's all fucking bullshit, man. The thing that you have to like for me, it's all been this journey. It feels like I'm climbing up this ladder, right? And every time I get to like, every 5 feet or so, it's like, holy shit, something that I either like modern day exposition, like how if you look at what we have with drone technology, it completely explains UFOs. Oh, so they just been lying to us the whole time because they've had these drones for a lot longer than we've had drones. And you just think, oh, in '89 when they told us they had stealth finally, after having it for some 50 years, but keeping it secret, when you first saw the stealth planes, you went, oh, those look like a lot of the UFOs people have described. Not all of them, but a lot of them. And it's the same, it's that same narrative with lots of things. As I've been saying forever that history is fake. And that it just seems like a bunch of Jays sat around, rich Jays sat around. Like, think about it. You've been told that for all of history, wars were fought by people lining up in a line with their guns and running towards the other one. Ah! Nobody thought to use any guerrilla tactics or anything because those didn't follow the rules of war or some bullshit. If you're in the 3rd or 4th battalion and you've watched as the general has said, all right, 1st battalion, go. And the 1st battalion runs out and they get mowed down. 2nd battalion, go. 2nd battalion gets mowed down. 3rd battalion, go. And you're like, wait a minute. Are you gonna just go, or are you gonna be like, hey, this is a bad strategy? But that's not what we're told. When I learned about ChatGPT, it made it all make sense. It was one of the biggest aha moments I've had in a long time. Where it just fit. Because it was hard to imagine how, there's a lot of history that's been written. So how would, a group of Jays actually sit there and write out all that history? But then you think about ChatGPT and you think, okay, so now you have a small group that can feed a bunch of different, narratives in, and then the computer then generates the whole narrative, the longer version of it. which makes sense as to why so many of the same names are used and why so many, like the further you go back, it doesn't get wider the further you go back. It gets more concise. You know, you start finding these polymaths who could do everything. The Ben Franklins of the world who could do everything, traverse all over the world, you know, get struck by lightning and shit, all that. Like, you start hearing these narratives of these, you know, it's like a funnel. Everything funnels down to these certain people. And that just, you go, oh, okay, ChatGPT, that makes the most sense, especially since they probably didn't think that we would ever get access to it because they're arrogant and stupid. And they thought that they could keep the technology hidden from us. But, you know, either we developed our own version of it or it got leaked out, one of the two. But once it does, it explains things. It explains everything. And I think the further we keep going down the road and we start seeing what we are capable of, the more it's going to answer the questions as to, you know, or the claims, at least by crazy people like me who think we live in a giant fucking reality TV show in a giant set. I don't think we live on a fucking planet, Flanner. But see, once we start getting into that conversation, it sucks. Because at the end of the day, we can't know that answer. The only way us dumb goyim will ever know that answer is if we overthrow the Jays that control our narrative and find out the truth for ourselves. But we can't. They won't let us. So we have to do it. Again, if I'm wrong, why isn't anybody telling me what I'm wrong about? What thing am I getting wrong? Where did the term goyim come from? I just started hearing that. That's what they've called us forever. Everything that isn't them, that isn't born J, is goyim. So all of us humans that aren't them, but the cats, the dogs, the sheep, the tables, the chairs, everything is goyim. It's a derogatory term that they use to refer to us. It means nation. It's bullshit. It's very derogatory. Look at all these dumb fucking people. I swear to God. Don't you think it's strange how if I'm wrong, nobody's telling me what I'm wrong about? Think about all the things I say and think about the feeds that you see. And you'll see how people will say crazy shit like they have a half-truth or something that they might think one way or another. I'm literally denying God, denying Christianity, Islam, definitely Jayism. You know, I deny all this shit. I deny that the earth is this. I deny, and these people don't, they want to talk about me. And if I smoked all of the meth that exists, and all the crack, and I drank all the time, and there's my cat, I kicked my cat, and I fucking, you know, beat my wife, beat my children, do all those things. Does that make anything I'm talking about any less true? Does that somehow negate them calling us goyim? Does that somehow make all, you know, the genocide that's happening okay? Sunlight is the best disinfectant. All ideas should be examined and thought about. Exactly. Exactly. And if you guys can legitimately and intelligently tell me what I'm wrong about, I have no problem being like, oh, I guess I was wrong. That's how I got here. I was raised in the exact same environment you were, where I was told I had to believe in God. I was told I had to believe we went to the moon. I was told the earth is round. I was told I'm not allowed to talk about the Jays. I was told that the Muslims are the bad guys and, you know, all of these things. I was raised in the exact same environment you were. What's the difference? Obviously, I believe I was wrong. You still think the same things you thought when you were a kid. When was the last time your mind changed? And not like, I want fish. No, you know what? I think I'm going to have a steak. Not like that. Like something in your foundation, some deep-seated belief you had. When was the last time one of those changed? I can tell you that shit's refreshing when it does. So wait, you don't believe in God? Why would I? It's J nonsense. Do you understand why you believe in God? Look at all this stupid shit. You're not wrong, but Christianity is the true religion, though. You don't even know do you know where Christianity comes from? Christianity comes from Second Temple Jayism. See, this is like, it's crazy how people will believe this shit and not know anything about it. You know, do you know that prior to the Dead Sea Scrolls being found in 1946, conveniently, just before Israel's created, just in that exact area, they just happened to find the Dead Sea Scrolls. And then, so they find the first one or two, and then they lose the cave. And they don't know where it is. And it's literally 150 meters from the nearest settlement. It's right there. It's like on the edge of a big crater. It's easy to see. So this notion that they just lost it for a couple of years is bullshit. Basically what they did was then create the rest of these things and scatter them. And then we found the location again, right? What about Operation Fishbowl, how they tried to break into the firmament, which is in the King James Version? So you think because something is in the Bible, that makes it true. Just because it was called this thing doesn't mean it's true. That's just the name given. But what does that have to do? Like, it's funny that most Christians believe in things like the James Webb Telescope and the Big Bang and all that shit, when they don't know the very first thing your God does after it turns on the light. Remember, it doesn't make the sun and the moon until day 4. So how you have days seems kind of strange. But the first thing God does after it turns on the light is it makes the firmament. You don't believe in the firmament, though. No, I don't believe in it. Just because one story told, you know that lots of things call it lots of different things? Maybe we believe in God because we're sick of listening to humans trying to make sense of shit that they're clueless on. Man tries to solve the world's mysteries and fail epically. Oh, right. Because what proof is in the Bible? And where do you think the Bible came from? Do you honestly think the Bible just sort of appeared? So this is that thing. So the Dead Sea Scrolls were conveniently found in 46, and then 47, 40, then 48 and beyond. Prior to the Dead Sea Scrolls, which they date to around 70 BC or 70 AD, the earliest known writings of Christ were from like the 900s. Nobody was talking about that shit. For some strange reason, it was a long-ass game of telephone until the 900s when the first writings appear. And then you have the King James Bible, which is commissioned in 1611. Do you know anything about King James? You know anything about that piece of shit? What about the Bible makes you think it's real? I smoke blunts of meth. We smoke meth blunts over here. FMCM, by allowing countries to grow their own crops. Currently, the globalized system does not allow countries to grow and export their certain crops. For example, Jamaican bananas. The banana wars were deadly. A lot of people of color died over the banana wars. Just because someone believes in God doesn't attach them to anyone religion. Yes, it does. Yeah, so your position on this whole topic is fouled. Is foul. Couldn't even get it spelled right? No. The concept of God is Judeo-Christian. They're the ones that took all the gods and made them into one God and called it God. Come on, smarty pants. But the thing is, all three are called, the big three are called the Abrahamic religions. Why? Because they all come from Jayism. Abraham is the father of the Jay people. So he gave Jayism for the specials, and then they had to give, they gave two. I think at one point they probably gave one, but after a while everybody was like, hey, why are we doing all the work and these people are getting all the good benefits? And we sort of overthrew things, and who knows, that might have been a reset. And the second time around they were like, you know what, we have to give them two. We have to give two major ones. I always think of it like the Target symbol, right? Like the store Target symbol, right? Where in the middle is them, the Jays, Israel, whatever. The outer circle, the second circle, is Christians and Muslims. And that's how they insulate themselves on the inside, because you have to get through the Christians and the Muslims to get to them. And every few hundred years or whatever, the good guy switches. Sometimes it's the Christians, sometimes it's the Muslims. Right now it's the Christians. And as long as the majority of the people are stuck with their dumb two-choice system, then they never see who's giving them the actual choice. That doesn't come up. Where are we getting this choice from? And then that outside circle, conveniently, is a bunch of like peace religions, where supposedly, according to the narrative, the natives over here in Americas were given a religion that said if a white man comes from the east, swim out to the boat and give him gifts and worship him. Boy, that's fucking convenient, isn't it? Like, it's just stupid when you think about it. I don't have to agree with everything you say. That's okay. I can still gain. Who said you had to agree with everything I say? I agree with you on a lot of things, but when you deny Christianity, that is wrong, my friend. I'm sorry. Please, I pray you can change your view. Okay, so if you believe, what you don't understand is, first of all, you haven't made arguments to the contrary. Secondly, you honestly, your arrogance, you have to be an incredibly arrogant person to believe in Christianity. And they trick you. They sell you on the idea that Christianity is the absence of ego. When in reality, this guy literally thinks that everything is God's plan, right? God has a plan. He's figured it out. Front, back, side to side, God has it all figured out. Yet, he is going to pray to God that however I am, my person, that God's going to change his mind and then make me somehow a Christian or something like that. Because I'm going according to God's plan, at least as far as you believe. So God has this plan for me to go this way, and you want him to change his mind. And arrogantly, you believe that you can get God to do that. So I always say to you people, if you honestly believe that the God of the universe, the God that makes the whole fucking kit and caboodle work, that he listens to your prayers and it listens to your prayers and changes its mind, then you should be doing nothing but praying that clergy in God's house stops raping children. Why won't the clergy stop raping children? If there's anywhere in the fucking world that should be a safe place, shouldn't it be in God's house? So why isn't God stopping don't say that's man's will, because that's God's plan, right? And if you're going to say it's free will, well, what about all the children's free will? Who steps in to protect those children? You know, it's never happened in the history of God. It's never happened that a cop's been driving through a random neighborhood like mine, Suddenly Jesus appears to them in the driver's seat or in the passenger seat and says, "Stop the car, my son. Go get that house. Go kick in that door." And they go, "Okay, Jesus." And they go running in and kick open the door, and they end up busting a big pedo ring, taking out, saving like 10, 15 children, saving 2 children, whatever. It's never, ever happened in all of God, God appearing to people, God giving people stigmata, which doesn't seem to happen anymore now that we have cell phones. God has never, ever appeared to a cop to tell him where a secret, secret pedo thing is. Isn't that just amazing? Isn't that just amazing? You're going into pure Calvin. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. Yeah. We and earthly live on, the stars are obviously meant to guide for at least man before. So how does that make it God? I love the examples people give. Like, so it could only be God. It couldn't be that we live in a manufactured reality. That isn't even more likely than God is. The idea that a more advanced version of us has us in something that we don't know we're in, or at least we don't, they do. That's why they tried to get through it. But no, that's not it. It's got to be that there's a God and he wants us to suffer. My problem with God is that it's all powerful, but it lets suffering continue. He could just stop it. So if your God is real, I don't like him and I'll never. Yeah, that's a great point. The God that you believe in is a complete fucking monster. The God that you believe in has this viewpoint of clergy raping children. Right here. Gets all the smells, can hear the kids crying and screaming. You don't think those kids are praying like crazy that God helps them while the clergyman just continues to rape them and then send them back to wherever they're kept so they can be raped again? That shit's real as fuck. Where is your God? What about all the Palestinians? A lot of Palestinians are Christian. You're dumb enough to think they're Muslim, but a lot of them are Christian. And even if they were Christian, isn't Christianity all about reaching out and helping? And yet there's a genocide taking place at the hands of your God's chosen people. You know what the best part about Christianity is? The very best part? They have convinced you that the bad guys in the Bible, because the bad guys in the Bible is not Satan, they are the bad guys in your Bible. They kill your Jesus superhero, your Christian God's only son, and at the same time, they are your Christian God's chosen people. That's what you believe. If you don't understand how you've been brainwashed and that's the narrative, I don't know what else to say to you. Like, how else, what do you say to somebody that believes that? Do you understand how ridiculous that is? That is the most ridiculous nonsense. And this is what they use to justify, if you ask any J why what they do is okay, their first response is always, well, it's in the Bible. And as soon as you say, well, I don't believe in that shit, they go, oh, well, that's anti-Semitism. And this is where normally people go, oh, no, I'm not that way. No, please don't say that. Instead of saying, yeah, actually, I'm extremely proud of my anti-Semitism. I know what words mean. And just because people are always a bit skeptical in this one, so we're going to do this. We're going to go, okay? Semitism definition. Merriam-Webster, real respected. Number 1A, Semitic character or qualities. That's everybody in the region, not just them. They own everything, but they don't own that. You know, Palestinians are Semitic, and Egyptians, black people are Semitic, and Syrians, and all of them. They're all Semitic. Number 1B, a characteristic feature of a Semitic language occurring in another language. If you say that guy has a lot of chutzpah, you're doing it. Number 2, policy or predisposition favorable to Jays. Yay! You guys see what that says? So that means if you believe in anti-Semitism, if you're proud of your anti-Semitism, you're proud to not support policy or predisposition. You know what that means? That means laws, rules, policy, and just perspective. You're supposed to have a predisposition, meaning before you even know the facts, the policy and your disposition, your opinion is going to be favorable to the Jays. Do you understand how insane that is? Clearly, if you ever got to Minecraft creative world mode, but the God did this reality clearly has more depth and understanding. Right. That explains children being raped by clergy. Funny how you guys never address that thing. You want to talk about all kinds of crazy, everything you say, everything religious, everything good that comes from Christianity or any religion could be found anywhere. If religion suddenly went away, there's nothing good that the world would lose. Everything that's good that comes out of Christianity or any other religion can be found in other places. You just have to be taught differently. But there's lots of bad shit that only comes from religion. We could get rid of a lot of bad shit if we got rid of religion. But that's not something you guys want to talk about. You guys like talking about me. We get that. And it's funny how there are people here that are just insisting we talk about submarines because that's way more important than what we're talking about. If you want to hear about submarines, then go watch parts 1 through 9. And if you still think submarines are real after that, well, I'll be amazed. I'd love to hear how. What are you doing to stop that? I've been blessed in ministry to save multiple kids from situations. Oh, right. That's from ministry, huh? See, this is how dumb you are, right? Because instead of believing that maybe it has to do with you being good, you're going to give the credit to the same ministry that not only allowed that abuse to begin with, but then covered it up. You're justifying horrible, horrible behavior because of whatever selfish reasons you may have. But you're not, you think that you talk to kids because of the ministry. You helped people because of the ministry. If not for the ministry, you wouldn't help people. What's wrong with you? Ben Stout, are you a magician or will you give out these secrets? Yep, they don't ever give out the secrets. If you ask anyone, why do you believe in God? Just something very simple. Why do you believe in God? They're going to, most of the time they get mad, but they're not going to give you any reasonable answer. Oh, bye then. It's really crazy. Like, You would think with all the concessions that religion gets, tax-free status, consistently overlooking their raping of children, just lots and lots of really horrible things. You would think that the list of good, of only good that comes from this would be a mile long. If I asked, give me some of the good stuff, you would think they would have things to say, but they never do. You have time to make it right, no matter how long you mislead others. Admit you're wrong and truly help and follow man, you will be fulfilled with life. I don't even know what the fuck that's supposed to mean. Misplace your meds. Yep, that's what it is. My meds, because I don't believe in Sky Daddy. I must need medication. Because I don't believe in the invisible Sky Daddy that allows children to be violated. It's funny, you guys want to talk about everything else but that. And people be like, dude, you sure seem obsessed with that. Fuck yeah, I'm obsessed with that. I am absolutely 100% obsessed with stopping fucking children from being violated by the church of all places. There's nowhere else that should happen. Or that there's nowhere where it shouldn't happen more than the church. And that's where it happens the most. If I say the word pedo, if you're honest, the first thing that's going to come to your head is priest. Something religious. How much of that evil would be getting caught if it wasn't for people investing in families, all kids that have helped, blah, 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 blah. What the fuck does that even mean? You're like trying to justify some shit that's unjustifiable. Because you refuse to believe that it's your goodness. It must be something to do with the Sky Daddy. And then refuse to acknowledge that it's that same Sky Daddy that is, allowing this, that people are using this to hide. The Vatican, the church has a special fund. So you guys ever wonder why why the Pope stepped down? First Pope in 600 years to step down. And he didn't step down, he just stepped back. He became the Black Pope. Which means he still had a bunch of power, it was just outside of the limelight. But he stepped down because it came out that the church has something like, we'll call it Protocol 24. I don't know what it's actually called, but we'll call it Protocol 24. Whenever there's some sort of, scandal that happens with one of the higher-ups violating a child, Protocol 24 goes into play, and it's a very carefully crafted situation it's like clockwork. They've done it so many times that they know exactly what to do and how to make it work and blah, blah, blah. Well, it came out that Benedict was actually the guy that was in charge of Protocol 24, whatever it's called, for a long, long time. And when that came out, they were already embroiled in this huge scandal where, like, I can't even remember the numbers anymore, but it was like over a 10-year period, there were like 2,300 cases where somebody advised and that person was moved to another location. Like it wasn't even like it was handled like you think. They were just moved all over the place. But when you understand that your church has a huge fund, a huge bunch of your money that you give them each week is taken and kicked up and kicked up and kicked up and set aside for when somebody violates a child. When you understand that that's how your thing works, like how can you still believe in that? Of course, trying to save face of the church is foolish. People are broken and fake. My Roman Catholic Church should have allowed their bishops to marry instead of allowing their desires to get twisted. Yeah, but God didn't step in and stop it, did he? All the praying and all that blah, blah, blah didn't help them at all, did it? Is this rage baiting? If I was saying something like pink unicorn poop, would that make you mad? No. No. You couldn't get mad at what I was saying unless what I was saying is really true, right? You're only going to get mad at someone like me if I'm telling the truth and you don't like that truth. I love the idea of shaming and all that shit. So stupid. If I come running up to you and I say, hey, you are 22 feet tall and you have spaghetti for hair and you know, your hands are made of cinder blocks and your fucking face is a Oldsmobile. You'd be like, what, dude? Okay, whatever, dude. All right, weirdo. But if I come up to you and I say, hey, you know what? You look like you struggle with weight control. And I think I can help you because I really want to help people live their best life. And I think I could help you if you'd let me. I guarantee you couldn't even get that out before the person's either yelling or hit you. Because they're offended that you pointed out that they're fat. I got questions. God damn it. Again, if I'm going to disagree, I at least want to understand him. Oh, well, have a good day to you, sir. See ya. I don't understand. Your argument is there is bad thing before there is no good thing. If there was real good thing, he would not let there be bad thing. That philosophically valuable illogical. What? That is philosophically valuable illogical. How is that? I don't say anything about not letting bad things happen. You're making it sound like I'm talking about people tripping and falling, and he wouldn't let that happen. No, I'm talking about children being raped in the church. Notice how I'm very specific, right? I believe stopping the pedo problem is a much bigger issue than in the church. I'm throwing God a bone here. I'm saying, come on, almighty God, just dinkle, dinkle, dink it away, just in the church alone. But you want to trivialize it and make it sound like that's an illogical argument. You're insane, dude. It would make more sense that because we know there are things that are so bad, therefore good must also exist. Because there is no such thing as God, you cannot find what is. What are you even talking about, dude? You don't even make sense. I hate reading these comments. It fucking makes me feel dumb. We know about it, don't we? That's silly. We know the scandal and they will not get away with it standing before Oh, okay. So once they die, then they have to pay the price. Until then, they get to live their lives in penance and in the paradise that is the Vatican. Because at the end of the day, the decision was given to the Pope. Do all of these guilty clergymen get shipped back to the United States to handle their sentences and pay their price? No, they're gonna live their lives in penance in the Vatican. Right. You're right. I'm crazy. You are justifying child abuse, man. That is insane. That is insane. But see, you have to do that, right? As a dumb Christian, you have to do that because that's the only way you can, you're a good person. You can't rationalize child abuse. So what do? You try to make it work in some kind of crazy way so you can be okay with it. That's like saying, oh yeah, we know he rapes kids, but man, he gives a lot of money to charity. That's just wild that people will do that shit. I am desperately in love with you. I need you. Joshua, thank you. That's beautiful, baby. I'm so glad I was my chat yet. I've been praying for you since the last time I saw you. How'd that work out? Oh my goodness, you're so goofy. Again, if you honestly think prayer works, then if you're praying for anything other than the clergy stops raping children, and really the Jays stop committing genocide, you're a selfish prick. I want nothing to do with your prayer juice. I mean, I would imagine you're probably not that special that you just get whatever you ask for answered. So if God is answering your shit, I would imagine there's probably like a priority status. So again, nothing in my life is more important than the clergy stops raping children and the Israel stops fucking genocide. Yep. Okay, good. You got your shit right. You're talking to people who are trying to prove a point to people that don't really care. While you are. Come on, Casper, be better. Ask yourself who these bots are. Like, seriously, do you honestly think there are people behind these profiles that are struggling with their ability to have a halfway reasonable conversation? It's not like we're talking about people's favorite flavors and shit, something stupid. This is how the world works. We're talking about the fact that this world seems way too okay with children being raped. And instead of engaging in the conversation, you're going, pay attention to me, I'm stupid. Like, that's really weird. I was stating that you're stating... No. You don't need to restate what I'm stating. I don't have a problem saying what I need to say. You need to answer for what I'm saying. There is no God because bad things happen. That is illogical because the only way you can determine something being bad is by admitting there is something good. Are you insane? Do you really think that good only comes from your God? Like, that's so fragile. That's so shallow. So you're saying the good that you do in this world is only because of your goofy God? That shit doesn't make any sense. You're just not making sense, dude. I'm not saying good things, bad things. I'm talking about raping children. Why do you have such a hard time staying on topic? In God's house, children are raped more than anywhere else. Yet you want to talk about, transgenders in the bathroom. Tell me the story about the transgender person that was fucking with the little girl in the bathroom. I've never heard that story before. If there's a story like that, then so there's one or two. How many stories have you heard about church people violating children? That makes no sense. I don't see where you're coming from. Yeah, dude, you've run out of shit to say. The fact that you can't address this is just crazy. You care about cartels or the government having a hand in trafficking children, or just the church? What? Okay, but we're talking about just this right now. You understand that there are definitely going to be more parts to the conversation. But right now, we're talking about one specific thing. If you want to get in on the conversation, that's really cool. But trying to change the subject, it's different. Obviously, the church isn't the only one doing it. But the church being one of the most powerful organizations in the world, if we can stop it in the church and then redirect their energy towards stopping it, that'd probably do a lot of good. And the cartels aren't considered a safe place. The cartels aren't where people are taking their children to go, learn about this or go do that, or leaving their kids with cartels that are then trafficking them. The church is the one that's violating children and supposed to be the safe place. Let's work down. Oh yeah, I'm doing a bit. That's what it is. Oh, so who's trying to be okay? You are. You're more than okay with child abuse. You fund it. You pay for it, and you refuse to call it out for what it is. Your God is comically powerless when it comes to anything real. Literally, people will be like, oh, without God, I couldn't have caught that football. Without God, I couldn't have ran faster than those other people. But then when it comes to why doesn't God ever step in to stop the peds anywhere? Why don't we have a built-in mechanism that if you go to violate a child, you have a heart attack? The first time you do it, you get a mild heart attack. The next time you do it, boom, you're done. Why don't we have that? I mean, God could do that, right? And you can't say, well, what about with the... God would know it's God. God would know what the true intentions were, right? It's God. It's fucking stupid. I can't answer if this is personal. I'm new here, but did you ever have an experience? No, and that's what's weird is I don't understand why people have to have that. I'm not Palestinian, I'm not I'm not at all involved. I don't have any. I have a Palestinian associate who's very new and old to my life, but we haven't talked for a long time, and now he's in my life a little bit, but we barely talk. But I don't have any association with Palestine whatsoever, and I absolutely hate what's being done to them. I absolutely hate what's being done to the Syrians and the Lebanese and the Yemeni, and all. I hate this. I don't have to have experienced something for me to hate it. I've never experienced being rich, but I sure know I want that. And I'm thankful I've never experienced it. My wife has been assaulted before, not as a child, but assaulted, and I feel just as strongly about rape across the board. Men, women, children being raped. It's all the same bad, but at least when it's an adult, they have a frame of reference. They know what's happening. Children have no idea what's fucking happening. They have no concept of what's happening. So it's worse in that regard. But all rape is horrible. It doesn't make it okay that just because I'm a man doesn't make rape somehow better than if it's a woman or worse or whatever. It's all awful. And rape is a much bigger, much broader category than we seem to accept. I firmly believe if you're in a relationship with a girl and she doesn't like it up the butt, but you try to make her do it, so then she lays there and goes, oh, okay, go, baby, go, okay. And she's not enjoying, that's rape. If your girl doesn't like other women, she's never fucked with women before, she doesn't find women attractive, but you bug her into a threesome, that's rape. And people say, oh, well, what do you think if your girl wants to bring in a dude? If I was into dudes, then that would be totally cool. If she's into chicks, then that's totally cool. But if one person isn't into it and they're only doing it to satisfy somebody else's shit, that's fucking rape. Rape is everywhere. We just don't realize it. We've become so accustomed to it and thinking it's okay. If you watch any of these shows these Jays gave us back in the day, there's this one episode of Mary Tyler Moore. Mary Tyler Moore was said to be like this women power show, right? So one day Rhoda comes downstairs and she's like, "Hey, kid," because that's what she calls Mary for some reason. "Hey, kid, this guy called me in the Donald Duck voice," because for some reason that'd be funny. And I made a date with him before I realized it was this other guy that does a Donald Duck voice that I don't really like. And she was like, "Okay." And she's like, "Yeah." And Mary's like, "No, no, no." And she's like, "No, I need you to do," that trope, that standard trope where she's got a friend and the date's bringing a friend. Okay, fine. So they flip to the door knocks and it's the two guys are like super J guy. They answer the door with the one guy's arms, underneath the other guy's arms, and they're and they're playing this fucking joke. I'll read your comment in a minute. I just got to get through this, or else I'll forget. So they're these like, these guys that are like, "Oh, hey, look, I got a black eye. Ha, oh, hey, look, hello, I'm on the phone." Like they're those guys that are making jokes about every stupid thing. And so the guy becomes like obsessed with Mary. And they come home from the date at like 3 a.m. and they're in the house and Mary is being like hospitable to this guy, even though she doesn't like him, which is stupid. But she's the female. He's some overly fucking abrasive J piece of shit. He can't necessarily be the bad guy. At one point, she has like this silk Chinese calendar on her wall. He takes a pen and writes a circle on a date and says, "By this day, you will be in love with me, Mary." And she's like, "What the fuck? Why'd you do that? Blah, blah, blah." And he's like, "All right, well, tomorrow I have a great day planned for us." And she's like, No, I got stuff going on tomorrow. And it's my only day to sleep in. It's like Sunday. So it's her only day she gets to sleep in. And she's got a lot planned. And no, she can't do anything tomorrow. And he's like, "Wow, I've got a lot planned." And she's like, "Oh, whatever." She finally gets him out. At like 5 or 6 a.m., the buzzer's ringing, me, and she's like, "What the hell?" And for some reason, she sleeps on a hide-a-bed in her living room. I don't know. But she answers the door, and he barges in. "Hey, Mary, okay, hey, you ready to go? I've got a whole day planned for us, blah, blah, blah." And she's like, "No, I told you I can't. This is my day to sleep," and blah, blah, blah. And eventually, she gets him to leave. The next day, she goes to work, and the guys are laughing, and she's like, "What?" And she's like, "Oh, they're like, you didn't see that billboard across the street?" And she runs out, she checks, she comes back, and she's like, "Oh my God, this guy, he had taken out a billboard talking about he's going to date her or some shit." Again, this is all getting put up in date. Like all this happens in like a day. I don't know how. But she's talking to the guys and she's like, "This guy, he just won't stop. I don't know what's going on here, blah, blah, blah." And they're like, "Yeah, well, that's how I got my wife." All of the guys there are like, "Yeah, well, yeah, same thing with me. My wife didn't like me at first, but I was persistent, and eventually she kind of likes me now." Like this idea that if you like the girl, you have to wear her down. Don't like a girl that likes you. Like a girl, and once you decide you like a girl, especially if she's goyim, she's just property, go get her. So he shows up to her work, and he's like, "Mary, we're gonna have lunch today, blah, 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 blah." And she's like, "I can't, I got work." And he walks up and he puts a handcuff around her wrist. And she's like, "What the hell are you doing?" And he's like, "You have to go with me now, because the key is being held by the maitre d' at the restaurant that we have lunch plans at." And she's not like, "Are you fucking crazy? I'm calling the cops." She's like, "Okay." So then they go to the restaurant, but the maitre d' left or some shit. And like a few more things happen. And then he doesn't show up for a little bit. And now she's starting to look crazy because she thinks every time the buzzer rings it's him. and she's starting to look like she's crazy. So then she goes out on another date where she's talking to this guy who's barely interested in what she's saying, but that guy ends up being there, and a mariachi band is there, and he has a cake that says, "Will you marry me?" And she just goes off on him like, "This is crazy. I can't believe you're doing this. No, I want blah, 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 blah." And it turns out that he was waiting for another girl to show up that he was asking to marry. Like this has all happened in, I guess, a week, or I don't even know. But by the end of it, she's made to look like the crazy dumbass because, he was doing the right thing. And if you watch 40s, 50s TV, 60s TV, whatever, all the way up until the 2000s now to some degree, it's always about that. It's always about you could be the jayest looking kid, dorky little kid, whatever it is. And if you like the super popular girl who at the time, has the football player boyfriend and all that other shit, she will like you. You just have to be blah, 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 They just love doing that. They used to love to tell us that the goal of being a woman was to find a man that's willing to marry her. Anyway, let's see. I told you I'd read the comment. It's definitely a red flag when guys pressure you into these acts, then either get mad or keep going when you're clearly uncomfortable or upset. Usually after a long time, if pressuring them to even try the... I mean, I don't want, if my wife loved it in the butt, I'd do it. I don't care. It's not better than the front, that's for sure. I can't imagine why you would prefer that over the other. It's grosser. It's poopier. But if they like it, that's one thing. If she totally gets off on it, that to me, the good part about sex is the woman getting off. I'm a dude. I'm like a pump. You pump it enough, it's gonna pop. What's gonna happen? I'm a dude. Doesn't take a lot. But to even pressure somebody into doing anything, if they don't want to do it, why would you want them to do it? Go find somebody that wants to do that with you. Because it's not, if it's something that you really want, that is totally cool. There's nothing wrong with wanting to fuck somebody in the butt all the time. If that's your thing, that's your thing. Go for it. Just find somebody that wants that. If you want to have threesomes, find somebody that wants to do threesomes. Don't try to make somebody that I like you and I like that you do this for me and this for me and blah, blah, blah. But I want you to do these things that you're totally against. But if you do those, then I'll like you even more. It's just weird. And so much of the religions and shit, I mean, the idea that the woman is this, the man is that, it's all stupid. It's crazy to think that, some of the worst offenders of women, the people that treat women the worst, especially in the Arabic community and stuff, and the Jays, they're the most defensive of their mothers and their sisters. And the women that are close to them, that one vagina, everything that has to do with that one vagina, their mom's vagina. That's the most important one. If it came out of their mom's vagina, if it birthed their mom's vagina, if it is their mom's vagina, then they're really, really protective. But everyone else is just some dumb broad. How did that happen? Where are we with this? Why are we fucking stupid? Let's see. Mohammed says, it feels like I have no community. Your last name is right there. It's Abu Dali or something. Wait, I gotta read this. I don't think a lot of people know how difficult it can be to get away from. Alright, hang on. I gotta read this guy's stuff for sure. Alright. I left Islam. Really? Wow. I'm really like you don't run across a lot of left Islam people. That's really interesting to me. I understand it, but God doesn't bend to our will as if he did exist, and it doesn't exist. Sorry I didn't read your shit beforehand. I'm just, congrats on leaving. That's new. I don't think a lot of people, were you born into it? Did you tell your family? I don't know who you're talking about or what you're talking about. I'm lost, dude. Don't build a clock. Just tell me what time it is. I don't know how to follow these conversations sometimes. What can we do about China, Russia, North Korea? What can we do about China, Russia, and North Korea? We can overthrow the Jays that control our narrative so we actually get the truth about what's going on. That's pretty simple, man. Same answer it always is. It was difficult, but I made it through, but now I feel isolated. Yeah, but that's what our community is. That's what this Team Goyim community is. You are welcome to be here as long as you don't have any hatred towards anybody. Anybody for who they are, right? If you're making a choice, that's one thing. But if you're going to hate on people for being gay or being trans or whatever, you don't belong here. This is a place for equality. If you're not hurting anybody and what you do doesn't violate children or violate anyone, maybe it makes people weird. It's so funny. If you say I think gay is gross, that's totally cool. It is gross. It's gross to me. But vaginas are gross to gay guys. They don't want to have vaginal sex with a girl. They think that's gross. It's the same thing. That doesn't mean I hate you. That doesn't mean anything. I don't want to see two dudes kissing, just like I don't want to see a dude and his girlfriend kissing. We always act like it's such a big deal when dudes are doing it. But do you sit there when it's a guy and a girl and go, oh, look at, they're just making out. Oh, good tongue action there. Yeah. Grab her ass. Now you pull him closer. Is that what you do? Do you critique it? Like, people are stupid like that. So Team Goyim is all inclusive. There's only a few rules, man. No kid stuff and no rape. Just no rape. Rape is a broad term, and I think we're all smart enough to understand what rape is. Gotta make friends that share your interests, not just share your religious views. Agreed. We're not stupid. We are stupid because of mass consumption, for sure. But because we are two separate people. Blah, blah, blah. By the way, when I said this guy sounds like a real prick, I meant the guy in your story. I'm cool. I get you. So simple that you have no true details on what to do next to solve the problem. So you might as well keep... Yep, I don't have any idea what to do next to solve the problem. We are doing it. We have 62 people here right now? What do you think? All 63 of us can change the world? No. We need to build our army. We need to build ourselves up so we have people in high places. We need money. We need association here. The Goyim need to stand up. And we need much larger numbers than what we have here. So, no, that's the start. And all we're trying to do here is hash out things. Whatever ideas anyone may have to make things better, throw them out there. I don't know the answers to everything. I have some ideas about some shit, but you don't sit here, you can't sit here and tell me that you've heard me talk about make me the leader. I want to be the leader. I want to be the king. You never hear me say any shit like that, do you? This is just a start, you desperate goof. He was so close to having a conversation with some of the guys, blah, 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 blah. But our money doesn't matter. It does matter. It absolutely matters. Until it doesn't. Right now, we absolutely need to use the money to make things better. The goal is to eliminate it. But right now, we need it. How else? You can't exist in today's world. It's always funny to me when people get all weird about Black Lives Matter. Like, they use their money to live their lives. What the fuck were they supposed to do? They do this same trick whenever they do, like, something about pet hunters, right? They'll be like, these guys are just trying to make money on YouTube and sell t-shirts and stuff. Well, it's like, do you understand how much it costs to run an organization? These people have houses. These people have cars. These people have phones. These people need to eat. Everyone needs to live in this world. We need money to live. And the more money we have, the more reach we have. Obviously, there's an end goal, but these aren't light switches that just get fixed or flipped. Oh, Jesus Christ. I mean, look at all this dumb shit. Pacing and circles. We're talking about. Yeah, well, if you watch anybody that talks about speeches and whatnot, you know, they don't tell you to just sit there, stand still, and don't move. You're supposed to move back and forth when you're on the stage. It keeps people engaged. It keeps you moving. It keeps your blood flowing. It makes for a better situation. Notice that I never trail off. I keep going. I'm in way more pain than you guys realize I'm in. But you have to do what you have to do, and you know it's a good way to show people like when people run out of shit to say. When your goal is to try to, you know, trip me up or something, and then you start talking about this kind of shit over anything else I'm saying, it shows that you've run out of shit to say. I couldn't find any more of Muhammad's comments. There it is. Joe Toaster. Where's the rest of your comments, Muhammad? I read everything I could find. I was looking for it, but there weren't any more left. The last one I got was thanks for the advice. That was it. And the one before that was, it feels like I have no community. So I was addressing your comment, saying that you have a community here. This is the Team Goyim community, where we accept it. Like, it's weird. Do you guys have a hard time following conversations? Is that what it is? I was just really. No, I get you. I'm just saying. You're good. You're a fan. Obviously, you wouldn't be here. Like, that's what you can do. You want to talk about me, and I talk about the bigger picture. What's the difference here? Sometimes my brain goes round and round, and I overthink. Pacing helps me keep things in control. Exactly. It's good for you. If anything, it keeps me from being stagnant. Oh, you know, it's not like I can do very much all day, so. Yeah, Muhammad was talking about leaving Islam. I'd love to hear more about that. How your family responded. I mean, what was the catalyst? What made you leave? Like, I don't remember ever believing in any of it. You know, my family did, and they would make me go to church sometimes, and I think, like, they would make me go to church all hopeful, maybe something would happen, and they would be disappointed every time. And I can just remember sitting in the church, like, looking around at people thinking, this is so weird. You guys tell me I'm not supposed to believe in fairy tales and shit, and what do you guys believe in? Like, this is just strange. But the thing is, this is how I thought as a kid. As an adult who's made now, this is part 65, but there's been lots of parts to lots of different ones. Hundreds of videos now where we've looked into it. Like, oh my God, that was so fucking weird. That little girl just walked up to that guy and his dick was sticking out and she put her head right near his dick and was like, well, hello. It's so fucking gross. These old J cartoons, man, it's crazy to see it. It's just crazy to see. It's everywhere. It's everywhere. You know, like again, it's so interesting to me how distracted we are by gay and trans like it's some sort of bad thing. When this is a huge portion of the population that is now, you know, there's a divide between us. We could be working together to overthrow the real chomos, but instead, you guys get freaked out when every year the same picture of the same, you know, drag queen reading a book to the same children makes its rounds on the internet. You can't be helped if someone has to force you to see. Like, look at this shit. Look at the dumb ass shit that these people say. You can't answer for anything that's said, so you just say dumb shit. Say peace and shake hands with people who don't respect each other. So weird. And peace be with you. And like these people beat their wives and cheat on their wives and cheat on their husbands. And, you know, I mean, these communities are so just so insane. It literally is like insane. You're doing the same thing every single week and you go and you listen to this fiery presentation about how, you know, you're going to go to hell if, or blah, blah, and it's all just stupid. Nobody really wants to be there. Well, there's like the old people up front that want to be there for some weird fucking reason. I don't know. Now, wait a minute. I've heard plenty of people saying that trans thing is a J plot. How is it a J plot? Do you really think there's anything anybody could do to convince you to live your life as a dude dressed as a woman, wannabe woman? Is it something that's being manipulated and used against us? Absolutely. Abso-fucking-lutely. Playing on people's insecurities, playing on people's bigotry, yes, for sure. Is it a plot that there are people out there that aren't like you? No. You know, there are plenty of people out there that fucking, they like weird, like there, you can't watch porn without coming across some chick, some dude fucking some chick's feet. That shit's gross as fuck to me. I don't want to fuck any feet. No, thank you. But that shit has to be super, super common, super popular for it to be as fucking popular and common as it is in the porn world. Does that mean like, you know, oh, we should discriminate against people because they like fucking feet? I don't like fucking feet, so they shouldn't like fucking feet either. No. Whatever you do with another fucking willing adult, I don't give a fuck. I hope you're happy. I hope it satisfies every urge you have so you're not suppressing anything and eventually become some serial killer fucking, you know, who can't just be who they are. No, I left because of ethical reasons like slavery and more. I feel like a real God wouldn't allow those things. Yeah, but those are bad things. And if you say God doesn't exist because bad things exist, that's illogical. Yeah, no, it makes total sense. Why would God let some people be slaves and others not? And the people that are the slave owners are the ones using God to justify their slavery. Because, you know, Jesus says that slaves should honor thy masters like they would be listening to him, to Jesus himself. Honor thy masters as though you were listening to me, is what he says. Something along those lines. It's like Sunday Mass is putting on a big play for your peers. For sure. You put on your best clothes. Everybody pretends to be somebody they're not. You know, you walk around telling everybody oh, well, my kid is doing that. Well, my husband just got the promotion. They did turn the frogs gay. Are we frogs? No, we're not fucking frogs. Stop using that as a fucking. I love when people say that shit. They made the frogs gay. First of all, what proof do you have that anyone made anything gay? And secondly, are we fucking frogs? God damn. How many trans people have you seen? I've seen lots of them in my younger days when I used to hang out in the bars downtown. But in my regular life, every once in a while, they don't bother me. Slavery is actually allowed in Islam, which is horrifying. Look at women. They make this big deal because Saudi Arabia is so progressive because they're allowing women to drive during the daytime as long as there's a man in the car. Like, it's so fucking stupid. Islam is just as dumb as Christianity. It really is. I can tell you that I had some Muslims come on here before. And I asked them, like, okay, so why do you believe in Islam? What makes you think that one is true while you think Christianity is crazy? And he said, oh, because the Quran is full of so many fucking miracles. It's got so many miracles in it. I can barely count. Thousands of miracles. And I was like, really? Just give me one. Now understand the risk that I put in. I don't get the credit for what I do. But I don't know the Quran like I know the Bible. So this guy could say anything. And if he said something that was beyond explanation, I'd be kind of fucked. So I say, come on, go ahead. Tell me just one thing. And you would think on his behalf, he would try to find that one really, really good argument that can't be argued. So he says, well, the word man is mentioned 23 times in the Quran, and the word woman is mentioned 23 times in the Quran. And back then, we didn't know about chromosomes, but now we know man and women have 23 chromosomes. And I'm like, that's your fucking miracle? That's a miracle? And he was like, yeah. And day is mentioned 365 times, and hour is mentioned 24 times. And I'm like, dude, those aren't miracles. What are you talking about? Like, that's just fucking silly. That was the best miracle the Muslim could come up with to justify his belief in such a horrible religion. Oh, Islam means peace. Nah, depending on where you're practicing it. I know Wahhabi Islam, the Saudi Arabian Islam, and Saudi Arabia and Israel, the two biggest war crime countries in the world. Our United States president is trying to negotiate a normalization deal between those two countries as part of the Abraham Accords, which are when they take American tax dollars and use that to pay other countries and give them jets and all sorts of military. With Saudi Arabia, we were offering to give them a civilian nuclear program. But that's also, it's just so those countries will play nice with Israel. We get nothing out of it. Israel gets all the benefit. They get to go where they want, play where they want, and they sign an agreement that they won't fight if, I don't know, something crazy like a genocide of the Palestinians takes place. Which is why you're not seeing any of those countries come to the aid of the Palestinians, because they all got locked into normalization deals. Look at how everybody, like, look at the comments. I can just skip through the comments. I can miss, I know I'm going to miss a few. Try to find Mohammed's comments. Dirt's comments. I read his comments too. Okay, let's see. There's actually a few comments in here that I'm willing to read. Slavery is allowed, and you say, no, I misunderstand me. I'm asking questions, not giving an opinion. I appreciate you asking questions. You tripping, yeah, this part. I'm thinking you're part of the front, yeah. I accidentally searched for a podcast that's supposedly in the works called Mafia Mommies, but I accidentally put milkers, and what came up was basically porn. So much gets past YouTube. Yeah, but so much doesn't. You start saying the wrong thing, YouTube's right there on you. There's supposedly a big pedo community on here too. Of course there is. Of course there is. They shop on here, right? They use code words and shit on truther feeds. It applies, blah blah blah. When you are telling you because it causes motionlessness and it's disorienting. Sure it is. So you can't watch videos where somebody's moving. You sure come here a lot. I'm not saying Jay's used trans against anyone. I'm saying I've heard that opinion from other people. So I'm simply asking Guy from their point of view. No, people use stuff like that to justify their bigotry. They're really just bigots. And that's what the problem is. So many people try to make their trans hate, their gay hate into something noble. Like, oh, I'm doing it for the children or whatever. You can't push that stuff on the children. Do you understand how much heterosexual sexuality is pushed on the children all the fucking time? All the innuendo in the cartoons and all the shit they see in everyday life. They get all sorts of sexual activity pushed on them. And then there's the other side of it where, so many of you are stupidly thinking like kids they don't think like you do. So when somebody says something about gay people, you think, oh yeah, penises and butts and mouths and shit, yuck. When you say gay to kids and they go, what's that? And you go, when boys like boys. They go, oh, well, I don't like girls, so I'm gay now. And you go, no, sweetheart, no. No, it's like when boys like mommies and daddies like boys. And they go, ew, okay, bye. That's all they think about. They think about you and mommy kissing each other, and they go, oh, okay, I don't want to see that. Or they go, oh, that sounds nice. And if they go, oh, that sounds nice, well, then maybe you want to ask them some questions. Or slap them and tell them go play football. Go play football. You're not going to be gay. That makes me look bad. It's crazy how stupid we are about that shit. There's nothing like this idea of being turned gay. If you think, like, I know as a heterosexual male, there's literally nothing anybody can do to make me think, you know what? I might brush my teeth with a penis. Like, that sounds good. I'm gonna stick a penis in my mouth. Yeah. Like, that's not an option. I don't care how long I'm in prison or what kind of movies you show me or what. I am not fucking finding that to be a good thing. For me. You can do it all day long. If that's your thing, if you like that shit, go for it. I'm all for it. And if you think that somebody can be turned gay or something like that, you're just ignorant. You're just letting your fear come out. I think a lot of times it's because people have some closet gay shit going on for sure. But I think more than that, it's that there's a lot of really insecure people out there who are like straight white Christian male, and they feel like, why am I so insecure? And then they see this gay guy who they think is supposed to be like ashamed of themselves, but this gay guy is out there living all fabulous. And that makes that guy feel really, why is that guy so much more secure than I am? He's supposed to be gay and upset, I think that's where a lot of that comes from as well. But I do think there's a lot of closet people out there, right? Oh, geez. Let's see. This is the problem with trying to have a conversation that can't convey emotion or tone. True. But I get what you're saying. The problem is all the dumb comments that come through that are like, that can't have anything to say. Oh, Jesus Christ. All right. I don't go live, though. I don't go live. I thought of making a YouTube channel or TikTok, but I don't want my family to know. You don't want your family to know what? Did I miss something? Did you like admit to being gay or something? Did I miss something? Or you just don't want your family to know that you don't believe that way? And that's so fucked up, right? Like, if anybody should accept you for who you are, nobody should feel like they should believe in something because their family wants them to. That's just wrong. I get meds are likely bad, and government-controlled substances make me seem cheap, and buying into alternative ways is way worse. No. What's worse is when you think 100% one way or another. Progress is incorporating all of it. Eastern, Western, Northern, Southern, all the medicines we have put together to make fucking medicine. But I personally can justify for the value of essential oils and how much better that shit is than, some of the stuff they give us. What if they're like, that's gross, and start exhibiting signs of bigotry? Well, it's not bigotry if you're saying that's gross. That's gross to you, yeah. I mean, it's one thing to say it's gross. I don't like that. It's another thing to start tearing it apart and trying to make somebody else sound like they're something's wrong with them or what they do is wrong. I don't care what you do. It's gross of me to think of me in that position. Just like it would be gross for you to think of yourself in that position. But at the same time, the person, if I say that's gross and you get upset by me saying that's gross, you're just as big a clown. Why would you get upset by somebody saying that's gross? Okay. Glad you think it's gross. I wasn't trying to sleep with you anyway, motherfucker. To be honest, you make my anxiety go up because I don't want to say the wrong thing and getting pissed off. Well, again, if you honestly are arrogant enough to think I could get pissed off at you, that's a whole different issue altogether. Nobody gets me mad. Doesn't work that way. And I pay back and forth. Oh, yep, that's what it is. Clearly separate people versus united now. So, yep, that's me. For $1 billion, would you do gay things? I mean, yeah, for $1 billion. If you wanted the worst blowjob you've ever had for $1 billion, I'd do that shit. Fuck yeah. I'd be crying and gagging and probably puke all over you and shit. But if that's your thing and you're willing to pay $1 billion for it, fucking sign me up. I'll do that in a heartbeat, boy. You get the all the time. Okay, I'm gonna do this. It'd be like that the whole fucking time. But if that's what you're into, and you got $1 billion to spend tax-free now, I'm not giving, you're covering that shit. You're covering the taxes. So I get to walk with $1 billion. I scrolled through this dude many times. This is the first time I feel like the rent has been reasonable. Maybe just paying for... Why? Because I'm not talking about the dumb J's the whole time? Yep, can't talk with me. But they're right, 100% right on the gay thing. I have friends that we all knew were gay by the time they were 12. Live and... Yeah, and they were fine. And they didn't hit on you, and they didn't do anything, and it was what it was. They were your friends, and you loved them, and you should still love them. And them coming out didn't make anything worse. It's even... Yes, I'll give you... Okay, you're straight. Okay. Then you're just talking about the religious idea then. For no amount of money, I'm not ever doing gay stuff. Well, that sucks, man. $1 billion can really change your life. $1 billion is a lot of money. If I had $1 billion, I could change the world, man. You wouldn't be willing to do a terrible, awful blowjob for $1 million or $1 billion so you could change the world? You give me $1 billion, I'm making as much fucking noise about Israel as possible. Pass the dochi is not a weed thing. It's a bowl full of food. $1 billion job, $1 billion. Yeah, I'd do it. I don't think I'm not a freaking contractor. Right, and I'm coming. I made things easier. Then we were able to give them the support and cover they need when the time came. I don't know what that means. Sorry. I must have missed the previous comment. Yeah, I don't see anything. Yeah, I don't. It's the craziest shit, man. It really is. We've all slept with someone that like we're not attracted to. We've all been really drunk at the bar. The lights come on, and you failed all night, and you're like, "Hey, you leftovers, come on, let's go." And they're like, "Okay, let's go," because they're like, "Fucking hey, I'm cool to go." Get a lot of opportunities. And what's the difference? $1 billion? $1 billion is a lot of fucking money. But see, I guess it's just because I'm secure. Like, I know that wouldn't make me gay. I'm telling you, I'm doing that shit for $1 billion. I cried the whole time. Hey, you're not allowed to touch my head. You're not allowed to fucking thrust or anything. No, you just get to lay there and I get to cry and puke on you. You better get quick too, because I'm definitely not taking it. Oh, God. That's so gross. Like, if you can do that, that means that's something to you. But if you think about it, it's the same thing. If you can put your mouth anywhere on a person, if you can do that, there's something else going on. And I highly suggest you put your mouth on your partner and their parts. Listen, Marissa, there are all sorts of other people you can watch that will follow your rules. You should go watch them. I don't give a shit what the strain is. Of course, still making music. We got new shit coming out soon. I will be recording after I'm done here. I got a lot to record and I haven't been doing it. But he did get one, so we'll see how long that one takes. You know how it is. Guys, it's all about us uniting. Realizing that we are more alike than we think. And so much of the division is how they control us. They've made us into these little, these pockets that are, if you're raised in this pocket, part of being raised in this pocket is thinking that pocket is stupid. Look at what they're doing. They're stupid. As a person of color, I hate what's been done to black people. I fucking hate it. I hate what's been, programmed into meaning what it is to be black. To be black, you have to, how did they get away with quite possibly the most racist show title ever in Blackish? The show was called Blackish because they didn't speak like they were from the hood and they had money and shit. They were well off. So that made them Blackish. Do you not, how did they get away with it? And if you look, it's all Jay's behind the scenes. We have to start seeing this in every facet. I'm obsessed with watching old TV shows. And it's, Norman Lear it's really strange when you look into the story and you realize, Norman Lear is touted as this creative television genius. But most of the shows he created were previous shows in the UK and across he would take other show ideas and just rework them into an American version. And then he's given all this credit. And you see this, for decades, it was all Jay's behind the scenes. That's what we're supposed to be doing right now, is looking at this fucking movie that talks about this. And the other one is giving a high five. Totally forgot. We got to do this. This is a movie that we've been watching. It's called Hollywoodism, How the Jews Invented Hollywood, and it's from 1998. So we're back into it. Sorry, guys. I totally got confused for a little bit there.
In their own lives, the Hollywood Jews subscribed to the religion of their own making. They were the quintessential little guys who had made it to the top.
Mm-hmm.
They threw parties on their yachts. They dressed in tailor-made suits. They lived in the kind of houses that aristocrats were supposed to live in.
Right.
When they were not admitted to the Gentile country clubs, they rebuilt this one, Hillcrest, bigger and better than all the rest.
Of course, they just rebuilt it. Hillcrest is where the gays live. Don't want to show these Hollywood movies and then get in trouble for it.
Are you married?
It's good old De Niro.
Many of the moguls divorced their Jewish first wives and married Gentiles.
Gee, that's weird. Why?
Younger, more socially acceptable women.
No, that's weird. They divorced their Jewish wives and married Gentiles.
The whole notion that Hollywood pins itself on is intermarriage. The whole idea of inter-ethnic romance. Now, why do they do that? First of all, because love is a very democratic ideal. It knows no borders, it knows not riches, it knows not tradition. It simply matters of the heart. In addition to that,
Sure.
when a Jew can marry a non-Jew, particularly part of the establishment culture, that's really a wonderful indication of how far up into society Jews have come.
Oh my God.
Now, this is where a producer lived. Not just any producer, but one of the most famous of them all, Samuel Goldwyn, high up on one of Beverly's hills.
Good morning.
Well, here is Mr. and Mrs. Samuel Goldwyn. And do you mind if I call you Francis and
I
Sam?
like that very much.
Sam, I understand that while you're the boss in the studio, that there's
This is the boss here.
This is the boss here.
Let's talk to Francis.
Look at that. Can you imagine those old balls?
Oh, it's so long. 25, 26 years.
Sam, how'd you happen to pick this hilltop site out? Because of the view?
She picked it out.
And you bought
She
it?
liked it. The idea is to have her like it. That's all that's necessary for me.
That's all that I
It's
want.
fun to live in Beverly, isn't it?
We like Beverly very much.
And we're delighted you're both citizens of our town.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
When Jews came to America, it wasn't only Mayflower wasps.
Why do you think it was all these goofy ass
American blacks were quintessential
musicals
Americans. I
all
mean,
the
that
time?
was one of the things that made America, America. The presence of
They love to compare their struggles to the blacks, and it's so irritating because it's nothing like that. It's literally nothing like that. There's no blacks just created their own Hollywood and then changed the entire culture in the world.
of black people,
And what they do all the time too, sorry, is they try to say, like, look at how we were depicted. Black people, they show black people, horsing around, getting in fights, doing stupid things. And then they show us. And we have all this money and this power. They put us in all these positions, like we're the judges and we're the lawyers and stuff. I mean, seriously, how terrible is that? They make us all rich. We're not all rich and have money. I mean, we are, but it's crazy.
African American culture was of tremendous interest. I mean, the music, the dancing, the popular styles, and so on.
The Hollywood Jews may have wanted to marry into white America, but when it came to music, Jewish composers looked to black America.
They stole from black
The son
America.
of a liturgical singer or cantor became one of the foremost popularizers of the blues.
So terrible.
Jews served as messengers, in essence, of black culture.
Oh, God.
They took it, they consumed it, they integrated it into their own cultural repertoire, and then introduced it to white America that was essentially willing to listen to Jews and to partake of what Jews had to offer in a way.
Do you guys hear this? She's like very carefully saying that, yeah, well, Jews stole black culture and then presented it as J culture, and whites, and because we showed it to them so much, they believed it was our culture. That's what she's saying. They're not hiding it. They're not arguing it. Why are you removing your message? I was just about to read it.
They never would.
First on Broadway, and later in the Hollywood musical, this was the way Jewish music often sounded.
This is Jewish music. Yeah, that makes sense.
In writing lyrics, they turned to their Jewish immigrant concerns of people needing to belong somewhere, needing some kind of redemption through America. The Jews took these themes, but instead of putting them to Jewish music, they borrowed black forms that they
borrowed them.
In a sense,
Okay.
they wrote music in blackface.
In a sense, they wrote music in blackface. Literally, they stole everything, and they didn't pay these people. The only time they used black people was when they were no longer allowed to put white blackface, literal blackface, on white people. They're acknowledging this. Like, this is the craziest fucking shit. This is Israel, making the news that they make every day about them bombing people and then calling themselves the victims. This is an entire movie about how they have completely lied to us and stolen everything and just, I mean, this is wild shit, man. Oh my God, I hate this shit so much. I can't stand it. And it always seems like mammy shit to me, and now I know why. So in the black community, stuff like this is presented as proud black history. Look at blacks making it to this, that, and the other. But this is the real truth. This is them saying, yeah, well, we just used you in this way so we could get our ideas across. This is so eye-opening. I don't know what you guys are thinking, but this is fucking crazy. And like I say, growing up seeing this shit, like hearing my dad or hearing, all the blacks that are presented to us as like the cultural, spiritual leaders, the Jesse Jacksons and shit, talking about how this stuff is proud black history. I always thought of it like some goofy mammy shit. How did they get to be on TV? They didn't make that decision. We met in a discussion meant to be about truth and summary and divided into thousands of pounds and the J word. What? I tell everybody, you want to talk about submarines, go watch the first 9 parts. All about submarines. This is some mammy shit, man. This is irritating.
Though they indulged in stereotypes, the Hollywood
exactly
took a different view of African Americans than that of the
pre-Jewish
filmmakers.
Oh, really?
Birth of a Nation had played on the white fear of the mixing of the races. A dramatic contrast in the film Showboat. The white male lead literally internalizes the blood of his black wife.
What are you doing with that knife? I'm not going to hurt her, you fool.
Oh my God. When Jews made the movie about the slaves, and it was good. It was good. When we exploited them, it was good. But when whites made the movie, and they're actually referring to it as different. You guys see that? They're referring to it as when whites made the movies. So they're referring to themselves as different. They always refer to themselves as Jay Americans. Like that's something. Where is Jay from? Somebody says I'm Italian American. As goofy as that sounds, I know where Italy is. Where's Jay American from? Mohammed. Mohammed's not answering anything anymore.
I know what I'm doing. It won't hurt much, Scott.
It's okay if I... Oh my God. She's supposed to be a black woman, and he's sucking her blood. What? What? This is some bloodletting bullshit. Okay, so she's supposed to be a black woman.
I know what I'm doing. It won't hurt much, Scott.
That's a black woman. Oh. How is that a black woman?
The Hollywood Jews.
That's some bloodletting bullshit. You guys see that?
Their films advocated assimilation.
Do you understand how arrogant this is? They're using, this is their contrast to Birth of a Nation, where they're saying when whites made the movies, it was exploiting blacks, but when Jays made the movies, it was including blacks to the point where he ingested the blood of his black wife. That broad's not black. That broad's not even me black. That was a white broad. What the fuck are we talking about?
Not just for Jews, but for everyone. They believe that if you were prepared to pay the price and shed your identity, then America should be prepared to accept you.
Do you know how crazy that is? The statement that if you were prepared to shed your life and shed your identity and but they're the ones that are making it about their point of view. They're the ones incorporating all of their J stereotypes and beliefs in the shit. What are you talking about? They don't talk about assimilation. They're talking about colonization, but this is being presented as them giving up their identities. Bullshit. They hid their identities. And they're going to talk about it in a little bit, but you have to ask yourself, if all these actors are getting nose jobs and changing their names, who are they doing that for? Because it's all Jays that owned all the studios and everything, so it's not like they're hiding from the people that are clearly in absolute and total control of Hollywood. They're hiding their identities from us, the watchers, so that you think it's a white person. They don't want you to think that star that has that role is another one of them. That's literally what's happening here. Holy shit. Watch.
And that you have a miscegenation case on board.
Miscegenation. Miscegenation is the key to evolution.
No such thing on board this boat. The name of the white man is Steve Baker. The name of the negress?
Negress?
The name of the negress is Julie Dozier.
She's a black woman? Are we fucking serious? She's a negress?
Oh, I wouldn't. Not if necessary. One drop of negro blood makes you a negro in these parts. Well, I got more than a drop of negro blood in me, and that's a fact.
Where's the trouble, ma'am? In Hollywood, Jews trying to pass as Gentiles made films about blacks passing as whites.
What?
Thinking, we see just how precarious that strategy is. For the outsider, things can turn in an instant.
About her, man. If she even so much as thought of threatening you, we want to know about it. Or if she give you any of her impudence. Shut up, girl.
Oh, excuse me, sir, but
So, what's funny is they're not talking about how all that redneck, dumb, fucking ignorant racism and all that shit. They're portraying that too. They're portraying the white the white ignorant racist guy. They're the ones that created the whole dumbass hillbilly talking like this here. They did that. But they don't mention that in here. They're going to talk about just how good they do. But if you look at like Hee Haw. Hee Haw is one of the longest running shows of its kind in history. And it's literally a bunch of Jays pretending to be dumbass hillbillies. And by dumbass hillbillies, I'm talking dumbass hillbillies. The Illuminati secret covenant. No, I'm good. I'm so far past the Illuminati shit. I'm sorry. Can we watch the racist cartoons that Disney banned? We're right. Well, but it's funny because we think of just that one section, but there were so many racist cartoons and pictures made. What's even crazier is how many cartoons and whatnot were made depicting orphans. Why were orphans so prevalent? So prevalent that they were making cartoons about them, and those cartoons weren't made for children. Those cartoons were made for adults as a form of entertainment, like, haha, look at that kind of shit. Because it wasn't like orphans were going to the movies. How would orphans go to the movies? They didn't have any money. They made a lot of shit like that. Right? Well, let's keep going. And who, again, you can get as mad at me as you want. This is literally telling you how they did it. How they absolutely created all of it.
She's nothing but a low-down colored gal. Tried to steal my man.
That girl's supposed to be black?
Yes, it's true.
Her name's Pinky.
My grandmother's Mrs. Darcy Johnson.
Mrs. Darcy Johnson.
But look at his nose. Look at him.
What? I'll be going now.
Go. You ain't going anywhere like this. Get in that car.
You mean I'm under arrest?
What do you think?
On what charges do you hold?
You heard what I said. Get in that car.
One of the things that made American films so exportable is that anyone, anywhere could identify with so many of the themes of American movies.
Mm-hmm.
One of which was the idea of the outsider.
The outsider.
Which was a Jewish thing.
Oh.
Being outsiders, making films about outsiders.
Oh.
You see this even in
So they're the ones that know what it's like to be an outsider. And they're making films. Like, the idea that they're making films in their completely them-controlled thing where no outsiders are allowed to be. The irony of that shit. While they're sitting here like, oh, we know what it's like to be an outsider. Oh, blah. Like, seriously, do you get how fucking stupid this is?
Pictures. I mean, King Kong. There was a film about, an outsider. And yet, it's the monster.
Oh, yeah.
If you want to call King Kong that. With whom the audience sympathizes.
Oh, yeah. Oh, no. With the dramatic death. He gonna fall down, go boom.
In Hollywood, every outsider could be transformed into an insider.
Oh, yeah? Oh, this is so stupid. Oh, it's a woman in there.
Carl Lemley was an outsider. He resembled an elf. Not surprisingly, Universal's films often championed marginal beings who were persecuted, like the Jews of Europe.
Oh my God. Frankenstein. Ugly little trolls being persecuted.
At Warner Brothers, the Jewish sensibility expressed itself by an identification with the little guy. The prize fighters and the losers, the loners and the gangsters.
Oh yeah, the gangsters, the losers. Those aren't the same thing.
Columbia, the emphasis was not on the outsider, but on the common man. Here, the street-smart Clark Gable lectures the upper classes, represented by Claudette Colbert.
You're in a jam, and all you can think of is your money. It never fails, does it? Ever hear of the word humility? No, you wouldn't. I guess it never occurred to you to just say, please, mister, I'm in trouble. Will you help me? No. Let it bring you down off your high horse for a minute. Well, let me tell you something. Maybe it'll take a load off your mind. You don't have to worry about me. I'm not interested in your money or your problem. You, King Wesley, your father, you're all a lot of hooey to me.
Zucker's Paramount didn't put down the rich. Instead, the studio whisked audiences into a once inaccessible universe of sophistication and luxury.
So they're basically talking about how each studio made specific pictures, meaning they all had this agreement in place. You know, the beginning of the thing, you have to go back and watch you'll see if you go back and look. But they talk about how these 6 moguls all came from roughly the same 500 miles. And then they ended up within 16 miles of each other in Hollywood. And they just did it. They just yada yada did it. And they somehow immigrated here and then bought up all the California land and built up all these studios and they brought in all their family and they only hired, like, it's nuts. But they're bragging about it. Blah, blah, blah. Just say something. Why don't you say something? What's the pressure?
It was to be the best.
In creating the
Do you really think, like... like, how could you ever even exist in that situation? If you are faking who you are to be around people, are those people really... like, if they wouldn't love you and treat you with respect, knowing that, you know, you might think differently than them, then how fair is that? That would be like you not loving them because they think differently than you. That's not how that works. But, you know, I mean, it's like, you have to be honest. You have to be real. It's complicated for sure, but it just is what it is. You have to do what you have to do. You're not being the best you can be. You have to be your best self, and you can't be when you're that. And that's not fair to you. It's not fair to make you be somebody else. Just so I like you? Like, that's weird. You know, the crazy part is you're the good one. They're the bad ones. They're the ones that believe the bad thing. So not only do you not believe what they believe, you also accept them knowing that they believe the bad thing. That's interesting. And yet you can't, you know, you feel like you can't be you. Well, that's just not fair. If they love you, they should respect you. Sorry, I can't get a job with Israel trolling people. Sorry, because obviously you're not at work or anything, right? It's what do you rush on your break and come to? Okay, I can get on guys chat again. Whew. My girlfriend is Eastern European already, right? And she makes you happy, right? At the end of the day, your family is the one that matters, not the family you were born into. You had no choice on that matter. But the family that you choose, which means your wife and then your children, that's what matters more than anything else. And if you think there's anything your child could do that would make you, you know, not want to talk to them or whatever, well, I mean, I don't know. At the end of the day, you're the good guy. You're thinking the good way. And you know, I'm sorry if it bothers, but you can't tell me how to think the bad way. If the bad way would make more sense, then I'd think that way. It would be so much easier to believe the way I'm supposed to believe. If I just follow the rules set forth by the Jays, you know, life's going to be hard and all, but when I die, oh, it'll turn into a really big party. Everything will be great. I'll be up in heaven. I just got to follow the rules while I'm down here. Like that's insane. I'm broken up, but I can still fix things, so I'm not gonna betray her. Who? I mean, think about it. Like, do you really think your family wants you feeling like this? Do you really think they want you feeling like you feel right now? Like, if they love you, don't they want you to not feel this way no matter what? I don't know. We were watching Blow the other day. And I told my kids, like, look, if you make yourself a fugitive and then implicate me by coming to my house and implicate your mom, and now we're guilty of harboring a fugitive if they find out you were here, you better believe I'm going to call the police on you. I'm not about to have me or your mom go to jail for your dumb ass. Make better decisions so then I don't have to be in that position. Is it woman worthless if she has no kids or a husband yet? Fuck no. That's the smartest thing possible. I beg my kids not to have kids. Don't have kids and fucking enjoy your damn life. My neighbor, he's a year or two older than me. And he'll be outside he was outside yesterday, snow on the ground and everything. He's got a special remote control car that he can ride out in the snow, I guess. He's got like 3-4 cars. He's got the same house I have, but it's just him, and he's, nice stereo system. He's got a good job. He lives the life he wants to live. That's the way to go, man. Don't fuck it up. Don't fuck it up with something that you love more than you can put into words. Like I love these children more than I've ever loved anything, and I got to worry about them, and they're going to be driving, and they're going to be doing this and doing that, and I got to fucking worry about that. Like, don't do that to yourself. Down there, I love you, crazy. I'm low and I can't. Mariah, heartbreak like Mariah Carey. Heartbreaker, yes. Take me up, take me down, take me anything, baby now. I need you so desperate. Actually, Mariah Carey is fucking amazing. You might not like her style of music, but she wrote all her own songs. And she's got this range and blah. Like, Mariah Carey is an amazing musician. She just makes music you don't like, but that doesn't mean those aren't good songs. Like, if you compare them, like if you look at them as far as pop songs go, she makes great songs. And that one song, Always Be My Baby, is the fucking jam. I don't care, man or woman, if Always Be My Baby comes on, you're going to turn that shit up. Don't fucking lie. You don't know who Mariah Carey is? Holy shit. Are you not from here? She's amazing alone just for her vocal talent, or at least what we're told her vocal talent used to be, because she doesn't have that shit anymore.
Movie musical. Hollywood adapted the Broadway musical, an original American art form almost wholly created
by the Jays. Exactly. Because it's terrible. Who the fuck who likes musicals? Who's like, man, I sure think like in life it'd be great if we just burst into song and everybody knew the fucking words. I just think they're so stupid. And I always picture afterward. So it stops and then everybody what? Like goes back to walking down the street or whatever? God, musicals are the worst. They are the fucking worst. You want to talk about torture? Make me watch a bunch of fucking musicals.
The music and lyrics were often based on classic stories, reinterpreted from a Jewish perspective.
Oh, reinterpreted. Another example of them stealing shit. Classic stories, reinterpreted, and given a J perspective. There is no theory here. They made this movie to brag about it. And they're literally telling you this. They just use fancy words. It was reinterpreted. It was borrowed from, you know. It's crazy.
Almost all of the writing pairs that have come to epitomize Broadway have been Jewish, whether it's Lerner and Lowe and Rodgers and Hammerstein, Jerome Kern. Almost all of them have been Jewish, with the exception, I think, of Cole Porter, really, here. And if
Except for one.
their plays, none of them, with the exception of Fiddler on the Roof, are about overtly Jewish themes, but all of them are about overtly Jewish concerns. So take a play like My Fair Lady. That's really about fitting in. Again.
Yeah, that's what that is. So it,
Culture. She needs to learn how to talk, something immigrant.
Now once again, where does it rain?
On the plane.
She's an immigrant into that culture, that upper middle class culture. She needs to learn how to talk, something immigrants are very concerned with. She needs to know how to dress. She needs to know the codes and conventions of society.
Bravo!
Irving Berlin did more than any composer to Americanize Jewish aspirations.
Americanized J aspirations. Do you get it? This is, I'm telling you.
Understand the Hollywood moguls. Another cantor's son, he started life in the midst of pogroms.
Pogroms. Another guy who started in the midst of they were so poor they were given entire villages where they lived, and then suddenly a group would come in and kill a bunch of them, and these pogroms, and then they all had the money and the willpower and the availability to just escape and make their way to the United States. Because that's just all the sense. It makes all the sense. Oh my God, I hate this shit.
In the foreground is Fred Astaire. Berlin was a Russian immigrant who would go on to write the quintessential American songs. He's a kind of Cyrano de Bergerac.
Oh yeah,
In the foreground,
Cyrano de Bergerac.
the embodiment of American aristocracy, full of grace and upperclassmanship.
Gay as hell. Super gay. Who thinks that's like American? Like that's like manly. That's like an American manly thing. Okay, God damn it. Are we serious? Come on. This is the worst, man. I can't stand this. I was hoping. I don't want to keep skipping, and then I fucking got to go backwards.
Writing the music. Person writing the music.
Where's us? Where's the happy? Yeah, well,
In the background,
suck some dicks, man. Remember?
writing the music and the lyrics is this little Jewish guy.
Oh yeah.
For over 60 years, he tried to reinvent himself. In the process, he infused life into a whole new American ideal.
Okay, he tried to reinvent himself, but in the process, he infused life into an American ideal. What does that even mean? That's just insane.
In the White House, President Eisenhower signs a bill authorizing a gold medal for composer Irving Berlin.
A gold medal. Okay. So right now, you have the President of the United States surrounded by a bunch of Jays where he's writing a bill to give a composer a gold medal. He wants an award from the president for what so he gets an award from the president. Do you get this? I mean, I don't know what's going on. This is so much more important. This bigger picture shit is so much more important here. Look at this.
God Bless America and other patriotic songs. For Irving Berlin, this marks another milestone in his rise from humble beginnings to a place of highest esteem the world over.
I don't know if anything could possibly have happened that touches me as deeply as this medal. God Bless America isn't just song that I wrote, but it expresses my gratitude for the opportunities and the freedom to write that song and to the country that inspired it. Thank you very much.
Oh my God. They made the President of the United States give that guy a fucking gold medal. What does that even fucking mean? A gold medal? Like an Olympic medal? Like a... What are we talking about? This is just... I mean, do you guys see this and think, what the fuck is going on? Or do you guys just, like, it's just, oh, that's just crazy. They made this movie for us to see it.
United States, Irving Berlin wrote the American classics Easter Parade and that most Jewish of Yuletide fantasies, White Christmas.
Oh, did you guys know that? Did you know that White Christmas was a very specifically Jewish song? I had no idea. Won't be singing that shit ever again. What the fuck? Like, I don't know about you guys, but to me, this is just... It's like... The reality is cracking. And I'm looking all around just thinking, like, what the fuck? Thinking of everything I've seen and... all the... Like, White Christmas is a Jay fairy tale song? No fucking way, man.
Mayer claimed that he couldn't remember his real birthday. Louis B. Mayer not only celebrated Christmas, he appropriated America's birthday as his own. Mayer claimed that he couldn't remember his real birthday.
Of course. Of course. So these guys, these moguls, there's no actual real traceable history behind them. So you just have to believe the story they give. Isn't that amazingly coincidental how often that happens?
So he celebrated it on the 4th of July.
When I think of Grandpa, I think of these amazing events that were held every year that I was privileged to attend.
Oh my God.
Patriotism was an important theme in his life.
Oh yeah?
So he selected Independence Day as his birthday.
Wow.
And in the studio commissary, every star in the contract was invited but virtually obliged to show up.
Virtually obliged, so they had to. So he's saying, for my father's birthday party on the 4th of July, everybody had to show up. Never mind if they had other family things they had to do on the 4th of July. They had to come to this big party he was throwing for himself. This is fucking wild.
As I began to become educated and read about European royalty, seemed to me, in retrospect, more and more like events held by heads of state. He wrapped himself in the American flag and said, "That's me."
Oh, yeah.
I'm a Yankee Doodle dandy.
Oh my God.
Yankee Doodle do or die. A real live Yankee Doodle.
In Hollywood, they joked that the moguls went from Poland to polo in just one generation.
Gee, that's weird. How'd that happen?
They held Easter egg hunts and Christmas parties. Some of them sent their children to Catholic schools. Their efforts to reinvent themselves seemed boundless. They even hid their Jewishness from their children and grandchildren.
I didn't know I was Jewish until I was at least 17, I think.
Yeah.
As I remember when we were in Scarsdale.
Yeah, Adolf Zucker II didn't know. Zucker, he didn't know. Gotcha.
And I was going to public school, and my mother said,
Sure he
somebody
was.
asked you.
So wait. He's saying that when he was a kid, the grandson of this fucking TV mogul was just going to regular public school and didn't know his own background. Fuck yeah, that makes sense.
Jewish. And I said, okay. You know, I mean, I don't think I even asked, well, what's that? You know.
I was brought up by.
So wait. He remembers that before he went to school one day, his mom pulled him aside and was like, hey, if anybody asks you your religion, you tell them you're Jay. But he doesn't remember anything else about it. Are you kidding me?
Governesses who took me to the Catholic churches, and I learned their prayers in French.
Sure you did.
I wore a cross.
Oh yeah? And then what happened?
Did you become Catholic?
No, it's just that I didn't know anything about the Jewish religion. I didn't know.
No. We were just hiding it. It was just hidden.
What it was.
I wasn't Catholic, but I was hidden. Like, what kind of bullshit is that?
I realized that my father had never told me anecdotes about the old country, that I didn't even know what his real name was.
I love when they talk about that. When they talk about how, like, when they were like 4, 5 years old, they remember thinking, hey, my father never tells me any anecdotes about the old country and blah, blah, blah. Her name is Betty Warner Scheinbaum. She's the daughter of Harry Warner.
A little village that he came from, I knew nothing about his life. And I realized that the name...
So, basically what it comes down to is that the narrative wasn't there yet. They hadn't decided that they were going to make all these narratives about these guys coming from these poor, humble beginnings and blah. How were they going to explain it? They had to come up with this really great, easy explanation, and they never were able to. So they just did this bullshit instead.
Warner was probably not correct, but I thought being Polish, it might have been Werner. To this day, I really don't know what our original name was.
Right, they just hid it. So wait, think about that. So it's almost like he's the first one. What? There was no brothers, no sisters, no parents, or let me guess, they died in some pogrom somewhere, or they died or some bullshit like that. But what do you mean? Nobody knew what the name originally was, and you guys are the Warners, but nobody knows what the fuck it really was? Like, that don't make no sense. There would be some sort of record of it. I mean, think about that. But you're not supposed to think that way. Some families do that. Tuesday, resident kids in my class at school, 45 days ago. No. Nothing is even close to the size of these moguls. These separatist moguls. I'm telling you, the J grandkid of the mogul, of the ultra mogul, was not going to public school with the rest of the kids.
Often the first thing to go was the Jewish name. The Hollywood Jews were obsessed with erasing anything Jewish in their films, their lives, and the lives of their stars.
Okay, so they just got done saying how they used to use black people to push all of their J themes, hidden by blacks singing songs and whatnot. And they were so proud of all their J stuff that they would hide in all the lyrics and hide in all the themes and the messages of the movies and all that stuff. So now they're saying that they went back to hiding. Now we're back to hiding their identity for what reason? Like, it's strange. This is what I'm saying. All this double talk, this back talk. You have to understand what it's coming from. Does it make sense to you? I definitely don't think any of this makes sense with the narrative that we're supposed to have. Ooh, ee, ooh, ah, ah. Ting tang, wing wing, bing bang. That was this one. That was the one I needed to grab. Sorry, guys. Whoa. I mean, you have to see this for what it really is. This is just crazy because, like, if I were to tell you this whole narrative without it, like, just on my own, I was like, yeah, and the Jays did this and the Jays did that. People would say, oh, you can't say that. That's anti-Semitism. You can't say that they control this and they control that. You can't do that. But it's literally, they literally make a movie about it. So then what do? How do you hide behind this? No, this isn't something I had anything to do with. You like to blame me for everything, but I didn't do it. So how do we explain this in a there's not a J conspiracy kind of way? Sorry. Oh, goodness. Oops. Sorry, I'm 46.
Himself in the American flag and said, "That's me."
Oh. He wrapped himself in the American flag and said, "That's me." God damn it. Oh, jeez. Whew. You know how it is.
He wrapped himself in the American flag and said, "That's me."
That's me.
A Yankee.
Oh, Jesus Christ. What a terrible song.
Invent themselves seemed boundless to Polo.
She's my.
Yeah.
In Hollywood, they joked that the moguls went from Poland to polo in just one generation.
Who joked like that?
They held Easter egg hunts and Christmas parties. Some of them sent their children to Catholic schools. Their efforts to reinvent themselves seemed boundless. They even hid their Jewishness from their children and grandchildren.
We already heard all this.
Victoria. Vicky, I know what her name is.
First thing to go was the Jewish name. The Hollywood Jews were obsessed with erasing anything Jewish in their films, their lives, and the lives of their stars.
So you think like it's because they were smart. It's like, do you guys really think the mafia has gone away? You know how we don't hear anything about the Italian mafia anymore? Do you think it's because they've disappeared? Or do you think it's just because they're smart enough to not be on fucking TV all the time anymore? That shit died with the Teflon Don, Jimmy Hoffa, or whatever, whoever the fuck that last guy was. I don't remember. But don't you get it? Like, that didn't go anywhere. They didn't just shut that shit down. Oh, yeah, well, we're just going to give up all that power and control. That didn't go anywhere. They just, they just stopped being on TV all the time. And it's the same thing here. Like, do you really think all these people just stopped being in control and all that? They're hiding from us. And that's literally all it is.
Do you know what her name is? Esther Victoria Blodgett.
Hey, we'll have to do something about that right away. See, Esther Victoria. Vicky, how about Vicky?
Oh, I think that's terribly cute.
Let's see, Vicky. Vicky what?
Vicky. Pronounced. Vicky.
See, Esther Lester. Vic Lester.
Oh, I like that.
Say it.
Vicky Lester.
Say it again.
Vicky Lester.
Say it again.
Vicky Lester.
Say it. Vicky Lester. Say Vicky Lester. Vicky Lester.
Vicky Lester.
Vicky Lester. Vicky Lester.
This is weird as shit, man.
Theodosia Goodman became Frida Barrow.
Listen.
Sofia Kosso became Sylvia Sidney. Isser Danielovich Dembski became Kirk Douglas.
Oh, yeah.
Leo Jacobi became Lee J. Cobb.
Oh.
Shirley Shrift became Shelley Winters.
Huh?
Bernard Schwartz became Tony Curtis.
What?
David Kaminsky became Danny Kaye.
What?
Edward Iskevitz became Eddie Cantor.
What?
Melvin Hesselberg became Melvin Douglas.
What?
Muni Wiesenfreund, the star of the Yiddish theater, became Paul Muni. Emmanuel Goldenberg became Edward G. Robinson. The G was a reminder of who he really was.
Edward G. Robinson. Who are they hiding
Jewish
from?
girls, such as Lily Palmer, Julie Holliday, and Lauren Bacall, or Betty Persky, helped to define the American woman.
That's weird.
Not all the Jewish talent went to Hollywood to assimilate. There were over 50.
I love how they say that, like they went there to assimilate. That's not what they did. They're making us assimilate to them. They're not assimilating to our shit. That's what the big trick is.
Hollywood Yiddish films produced in New York before the Second World War.
Don't care. Wow, this is terrible.
Many who could have gone to Hollywood stayed in New York to make films that expressed their Jewish
East Coast Hollywood. Who are they making these films for? Think about that. They're making these films to, they make up 0.183% of the world's population. 2 to 4% of the United States population. Why would they be making these films? For what? Like, they don't have any problem with their situation. You know, they try to make it sound like they're the most oppressed people in the world, but they clearly controlled East and West Coast Hollywood, literally making films about the J stuff in East Coast Hollywood, where the news is.
Films were shown to an audience which was almost entirely made up of immigrants and sometimes the children of immigrants. And these films, by and large, had a very, very different point of view than Hollywood movies. The Yiddish movies were kind of fighting a rearguard action to protect certain forms of Jewish cultural expression against the sort of overwhelming, seductive power of the larger American culture.
In this classic of Yiddish cinema, a great cantor played by Moshe Oisher
Moshe Oisher.
into the secular world of opera.
Don't care.
Heartbroken, he dies.
Don't care. Oh, there you go. Oh, are we gonna go into Hal Jolson now? So we're gonna go into how, again, remember the Jays were all about how, you know, expressing for the black people and being on the black side of things, right? So I guess we're about to get into Hal Jolson. Mammy. The jazz singer.
The Jazz Singer was a revolutionary silent film that broke into sound with each musical number. Here, as in the Yiddish film, a cantor's son, played by Al Jolson, who was in real life a cantor's son.
Oh yeah?
Between American fame
You mean
and Jewish loyalty.
he was an actual Jay? Super racist? Al Jolson is Al? I think, yeah, Hal Jolson is the cartoon version. My bad. Al Jolson is the real one.
At first, the cantor's son seems to choose Judaism.
Think about how many people existed in the country. And instead of making films about things that Christians or white Americans or whatever had any sort of knowledge about, they're consistently making these films about J stuff and Yiddish stuff and blah, blah, blah. Who is that going to appeal to? The thing is, because back then it was such a crazy new medium, apparently, 75% of Americans went to the theater once a week. They had the opportunity to brainwash everyone. Crazy. Oh, shit's so stupid. And it's so stupid.
But in assimilationist Hollywood, the story could not end there.
Assimilationist Hollywood.
Had to have a Hollywood ending.
Oh, yeah. Look at this shit. It was them.
Here, Dad, in his old Jewish way, Jays are dead while the hero in American blackface sings triumphantly with his Gentile girlfriend.
Oh my God. It's crazy.
Again and again in Hollywood films, the old
And they get said like it's something like it's good. And now look, I'm back to me being schizophrenic because, you know, I'm watching a movie they made to tell us about how they literally control Hollywood and always have, right? Look how crazy I am. You guys see it?
is idealized, and the rebellious son sails on to glory.
I don't want you to go.
Well, why can't I go someplace and study to be a doctor?
Jason, it takes too long, and we haven't any money.
Money? Well, we won't get any richer if I stay here. Pop's a failure, and you know it.
Jason, don't you dare.
There's a boat going up the river tomorrow, and I'm going to take it.
Well, I think America turned out to be what my grandfather imagined it to be. There was no romanticism involved. I mean, you can say it was a romantic
Jim
idea.
Zucker.
Poor guy with $19 sewn in his pocket could found.
He had $19 sewn in his pocket. And he ended up being the big mogul of fucking Paramount or whatever one it was. Right? That makes sense. How did he get to be that big and powerful? We don't really talk about. We yada yada over that.
Industry. I mean, that's a very romantic idea, but it turned out to be true. So,
Oh yeah, it did. It was true.
In a sense, he was a realist.
Oh God, so stupid.
Son, dear, feel this.
What's all stiff?
I sewed a few dollars in the lining, in case you need it.
Oh, Mom.
Oh, Mom. No, I'm just gonna go to America with no money whatsoever. How did you pay for the passage to America to begin with? They don't do that. Like they just sort of yada yada this shit, and we're just supposed to be like, oh yeah, that makes all the sense, right? Yeah, these Jays, they're just so much better than everybody else. They just happen to do it.
Don't feel unkindly toward your father. Everything he did, everything he's ever done, it was only for your own good.
Oh, please, Mom. Don't cry.
Oh,
Don't cry.
Jimmy Stewart.
Someday I'll
Oh, Mama.
pockets loaded.
Please don't
I'll be honest
cry.
with you. You'll see.
Jesus, he's terrible. Later, Mohammed. Thanks for being here. You forget that all of these are like that's what you know. All of these things that are sort of these songs or these whatever these American staples like White Christmas. You don't think of White Christmas like that. White Christmas is just a Christmas carol, right? No, it's some J nonsense. We're in the money. You don't think about that. You'll say that shit. You know, hey, I went to the casino. We're in the money. I won a couple $100. We don't think about it like that, but it's all them. It's all them, you guys, and they're bragging about it here.
Had left the old world penniless, and in less than 20 years they had become the highest executives in America.
How?
In fact, for almost a decade, Mayer was the highest salaried man in the world.
For over a decade, almost a decade, Louis B. Mayer was the highest paid salary man in the world. And he got there with just pennies, with a few dollars sewn in the lining of his shirt. And he somehow cornered the market on making movies and created a studio and then was like this racist dictator who fucked with children and blah, blah. Really? Boy, that's amazing. There must be a lot of people that did that. No, there's just 5 other J's. Nobody else did that shit. Just the 5 J's did that. And they did it all.
At this point,
All at the same time. And they weren't even supposedly associated with each other. At the same time that they all sort of figured this all out, none of them knew each other. Eventually, obviously, they worked together on everything, but at first, they all just had these same ideals at the same time, and just, yeah, you know.
Their transformation from Eastern European Jews into Americans was complete. But history intervened to remind them of their origins.
Oh, here we go. World War II. Or World War I. World War I, yep. Team them! Oh, no.
It was difficult for the Moguls to entirely abandon their Jewishness while the Nazis were persecuting their European kin.
Oh, shit.
Some of the Hollywood Jews could not ignore these events.
Oh, man. All this film. They were just filming it all.
In 1939, a group of stars, including John Garfield, Edward G. Robinson, and their spokesman, Melvin Douglas, risked their celebrity status to speak out against Hitler.
They risked their celebrity status. The Jays controlled everything celebrity. So how did they risk anything standing up for Jay stuff? Like, this is that weird ass back talk that they always hit us with. Hey, you think that the shit they say is true? It's not. It's so not true.
All economic connections between the United States of America and Nazi Germany be totally severed, until such time as Germany is willing to re-enter the family of nations in accordance with the humane principles of international law.
Though Carl Laemmle was no.
You know what's crazy too? Is like, think about it. What if Germany really did want to be like, hey, you know what? We want nothing to do with the Jays. Keep them the fuck out of here. Blah blah blah. Right? Why wouldn't they be just allowed to do their own thing? Why weren't they allowed to, like, why would the world give half a shit about these horrible, horrible people? These aren't good people. They don't do good things. They're literally, this whole film is about how they brainwashed America into being what they wanted it to be. It's fucking crazy.
At this time, he joined the protesters and signed their declaration. Both Laemmle and Harry Warner were active in sponsoring Jewish refugees from Europe. And in 1939, Warner made this anti-fascist speech to the American Legion.
Drive them out. Make America unsafe for those who seek to tear down what others have built through the generations in 1776. Drive them from their secret meeting places. Destroy their insidious propaganda machines. Drive out their buns and their leagues, their clans and black legions, the silver shirts, the black shirts, and the dirty shirts. Help keep America for those who believe in America.
So, their insidious propaganda machine. Not like what the Jays do. You know, where they not so secretly put all their values and ideas into everything. No, no, no. Some other sort of propaganda machine. You see this shit? This is crazy. And we're gonna boycott them until they're willing to play by the rules that we set forth. Because remember, at this time, you going outside? No. At this time, there was no Holocaust narrative yet. They hadn't created that shit yet. So at this time, they're just saying that Germany isn't playing by the rules.
In response to Hollywood's limited anti-fascist stand, former U.S. Ambassador to Britain, Joseph P. Kennedy, flew to Los Angeles. At a secret meeting, he told the Moguls that American Jews would be blamed if the United States were dragged into war with Germany. He warned them to stop agitating against Nazis.
Joe Kennedy.
The Kennedy meeting had its desired effect.
At the end of the 1930s, as the shadows of war are haunting Europe, Jews in Hollywood are very much afraid of warning American audiences of those dangers.
So, the machine that cranks out every propaganda song, video, everything you can possibly fucking imagine to propagate war. Buy war bonds. And the thing that we all know, like, war is one of the most highly profitable things that the system does. So to think that this is how they know it is, that they're not, you know, that they wouldn't want some more war so they could make some more money and all that. That's nuts. That's just nuts. It's so foolish and unbelievable, especially when you know who and what we're talking about. They just don't, like, they don't give a shit. And again, it's like, so they were so against it, and then what? Suddenly something's going to happen, and they're going to flip their script, and now they have all these ready-made movies and all this other shit just ready. Somehow they're ready to go with all the propaganda movies that they have ready. Can't believe I'm still on this feed today. It's way too much. I just want to get through this video. I don't want to have to do another part in this video, but damn, it's really long. You know what? I think I'm going to be done here in a minute. We'll see. I hate to leave this many people here, so.
Because it looks as though it's a special Jewish angle. It looks parochial. It looks limited. And therefore, it's difficult.
Listen to this. So they're going to claim that they can't do the thing that they're doing because it looks too much like propaganda. So they hide it. So they do it in a more secretive way, or they do. That's the solution. They're literally telling you the fucking truth over and over again. And instead of you seeing it for what it is and being angered by what you're seeing, I mean, how do you respond? How do all of you respond to all of this? You just think it's all like, well, that's really interesting, but what?
End of the 1930s, as the shadows of war are haunting Europe. The Jews in Hollywood are very much afraid of warning American audiences of those dangers.
Makes no sense.
Because it looks as though it's a special Jewish angle. It looks parochial. It looks limited. And therefore, it's difficult to make anti-Nazi movies in Hollywood because the Jews don't want to stand out.
It's just so stupid. They've purposefully made a completely exclusive, overtly J, environment, situation, but they don't want to stand out.
Fear of
Just
standing
stupid.
out was expressed through another icon that would make its way to the screen.
Superman.
Invented by two Jewish kids
Good
in the
God.
late 1930s, when there also was a worldwide upsurge in
Anti-Semitism. Oh yes, frightening.
Is discovered like Moses in the bulrushes. He's an immigrant from another planet who comes to Earth.
You realize?
He has his identity as
So think about that. Wait a minute. They just showed this part, so I forgot about this. Who thinks Superman just isn't as good a movie if they don't show the scene where they show the little boy's penis? He's got to be what, like 3 or something? and he gets out of the hole and he's butt-ass naked and you can literally see his penis. Who the fuck thought we should show the little boy's penis in the fucking movie? What the fuck are we doing? Oh, it's them. It's a their movie. Oh, so then that's not weird or anything, right? Bet you didn't remember that. Bet you didn't remember that in Superman 1 you see a little boy's penis. What the fuck? How about The Godfather? You guys like The Godfather? I literally wrote a song called Cancel The Godfather because there's a really awful fucking scene in that movie. You guys remember that scene when Apollonia and Michael get married? And then for some reason, like this literally brings nothing to the movie, but we have to see a sex scene between a 30-year-old Al Pacino and at the time a 14-year-old Simonetta. Her name's Simonetta. She was either 14 or 15 at the time. And she takes off her shirt and her gross little fucking 14, 15-year-old puffy nipple boobies are sticking out. And Al Pacino is not acting. You can see it in his face. He like jumps at her like she's fucking delicious. And you have to wonder just how much they cut out. Just how many more scenes were left on the cutting room floor but they say that scene's real. Like that was a first take kind of thing because she was super nervous and you know, all those emotions and shit that are captured are real emotions. So Al Pacino, 30-year-old Al Pacino, pretending to be a 20-something-year-old. He's like 25 in the movie or 26. And she's only supposed to be 15 in the movie. But we get to see a 14-year-old's fucking boobies in that. You guys like that shit? So what's worse? I'm going to say the 14-year-old's boobies, 14, 15-year-old's boobies is not as is like a 99, whereas the little boy's penis is 100. We need to never see that shit. Why the fuck was that in a movie? Who the fuck thought, man, this movie is only good if we include the little boy's penis? As always, go get your free download, www.the-bilderberg, bilderberg-group.com. The link will be in the description, and if you need to go, it's in the previous video, so you can go and you can listen to it while you go somewhere. But let's finish.
He has his identity as a mild-mannered intellectual, but really underneath he's the man of steel. I think that's a very suggestive Jewish fantasy. It's almost as if he's passing all the time.
While the Jew felt like an alien in America, Superman was a real alien.
This looks like a job for Superman.
Oh, Jesus. And he was a hero.
The only superhero who manages to keep his identity secret without wearing a mask.
Because all he does is take off his glasses.
Could have created a story based on the premise that all one needs is a Gentile demeanor to hide in plain sight.
Oh my God. Only Jays, huh? Who the fuck built that?
That all one needs is a Gentile demeanor to hide in plain sight.
I bet you recognize him, Why, of course you recognize
Jesus, look at that thing. Who built that? Did you guys know that existed? What the fuck was that?
Like Superman, the Hollywood moguls were unwilling to risk their Gentile disguise. As a result, only 2 anti-Nazi films were made before the war.
So it's not because it wasn't a thing, and it's not what we're told. It's because these pompous ass, arrogant, racist, supremacist pieces of shit who literally put their ideals in everything they made, whether it was overtly or covertly, they were scared to talk bad about the Nazis, so they only made 2 films? Does that even make sense to you? Does that even sound real? Or is it because the whole Nazi narrative hadn't been fleshed out yet? It's so hard for us to remember because none of us were of age. Even if you were alive back then, at this point, you were really, really young. So you're not going to really remember it. I mean, basically, we're talking about the late 20s, early 30s. So you'd have to be around 100 years old. And if that was the case, you definitely wouldn't remember any of this shit, right? So it basically comes down to, like, you think of things like because it's such a normal thing that you've never been encouraged to question or maybe think isn't real, like submarines. You just automatically have that knee-jerk, shitty reaction to it, like we always do. But the reality is, like, it. Shut up. It's all right in front of you. They're not even hiding it. Yep. Hola, mi amiga. Super swell, how are you? Yeah, there's an Austin Powers DVD in there today. Should be.
Why is everybody
Oh, jeez, oh, pizza. It's cold. I don't have to tell you. You know.
Why I don't want to scan?
Because it's mean to me.
There we go.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a great day. You too. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you very much. She's the best female, man.
Chapman financed and made the classics.
But like, think about like that's what you guys think that the narrative was just, it was the narrative the whole time. It's like when we think about 9/11, right? You guys think about 9/11 like all the footage you've seen was available right away. But the reality is, somehow, all of the videos that we've seen regarding 9/11 were confiscated. All the civilian videos and everything, and weren't available till like 2005 or 6 or something like that. So many of those extra views and everything that we didn't have those right away. And that's the Kennedy assassination, right? The Zapruder film, which is a J who happened to be at the right place at the right time, and happened to film this thing that if you actually, the Zapruder film has been proven to be edited. So once you know that the Zapruder film has been edited, you can't trust any of it. It's fucking dumb. But that's another one of those things where the Zapruder film was suppressed for like 12 years until Dick Gregory and the Freedom of Information Act got that shit released. But from what we think, right away, the Zapruder film was available the next day all over the news, and everybody saw back and to the left. And because we live in that society where there's all the news is available to us right away. But they were able to craft a whole bunch of narratives before we had any sort of say in it or we could see any of it. And so the further back you go, the more they had control over things. And when you think about the fact that prior to the whole Nazi this, Nazi that, it was like it didn't exist. All of a sudden, like the whole notion of the Holocaust, that term was coined after the fact. Supposedly nobody knew that the J's were missing and blah, blah, blah. Nobody was talking about the 6 million that supposedly got taken, blah, 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 blah. Only 3 million existed in Europe at the time, and a lot of them came here, but somehow 12 were killed. But this idea that only 2 films were made because they were too afraid to make films calling out these horrible tactics, blah, blah, blah. Interesting, huh?
The great dictator. Chaplin was neither Jewish nor American, so he didn't share the fears of the Hollywood Jews.
The idea of these unbelievably powerful men, these studio heads that ran with an iron fist, that would make blackface movies and just did all kinds of horrible shit. You know, again, the Shirley Temple story, blah, blah. They were afraid to make films about Hitler? Like, what kind of stupid shit is that?
Warner Brothers made Confessions of a Nazi Spy only after their Jewish representative in Germany was beaten to death by Hitler's henchmen.
Oh, yeah? Okay. He was beaten to death by Nazi henchmen.
This Hollywood film about the dangers of Nazism makes no reference to either Jews or anti-Semitism.
Why do you think they call it anti-Semitism instead of anti-Jewish? You ever wonder? It's because they don't care if you believe in their J stuff. They don't care if you accept all their weird-ass tenets and all that other. What they care about, they'd actually prefer it. It's not like they encourage you to join their thing, right? Because they don't want you to join their thing. What they want is for you to join the thing that's below them. You know, the thing that makes them God's chosen people. So you essentially worship them. Right? That's what they prefer. And we've already discussed that Semitism is policy or predisposition favorable to the Jays. That's what they want. They want you to practice Semitism. They don't care if you believe their shit. They just don't want you to oppose Semitism. You know, if you're anti the policy and predisposition to give them favor, that's what the problem is. Yeah, blah, 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 blah. They aren't. God asked who wanted to learn from him, and the Jays chose to learn. Okay, that's what it is. Goofy.
All this changed on December the 7th, 1941, with the attack on the U.S. Navy at Pearl Harbor by Hitler's Japanese allies. Now, instead of telling Hollywood to
How do you think,
the U.S. government...
how is it that in 2024, at the Trump rally, where tens of thousands of people were, there are literally like a handful of cell phone videos. Where were all the cell phone videos and live feeds from the Trump assassination attempt? It's 2024. People walk around with 2 fucking cell phones on them. And you're telling me that nobody had their fucking cell. I mean, I could see people in the shots that I've seen. You can see people with cell phones. And yeah, there are a couple of videos, but there should be a video from every angle. There were thousands of people there. It's 2024, it was 2024, so people have, you know, they're filming everything. They're doing what I'm doing. People do this. Where are all those cell phone videos? You know? It's all the same bullshit.
And began pushing them to fulfill their duty and make patriotic war movies.
Oh, yeah.
All that noise you hear isn't static. It's death coming to London. Yes, they're coming here now. You can hear the bombs falling on the streets and the homes. Don't tune me out. Hang on a while. This is a big story, and you're part of it.
This is scary.
Now, except stand in the dark and let them come. As if the lights were all out everywhere.
Imagine if you that was all you had. Because back then, they didn't have cell phones. They didn't have, people just able to tell them, no, that's not what's happening. We were completely controlled back then. Oh, the people know about it happened. Yep, sure they did. But the fact that, yeah, that's what I was saying actually, is how could they back then cameras were fucking huge. 45 cameras were not just small little cameras. They were huge. You had to roll them in on shit. They have live footage of Pearl Harbor being bombed, but they don't have, they don't have a ton of fucking videos from Trump shooting. It's all bullshit, man. It's all bullshit. The fact that they would even have videos of Pearl Harbor being bombed. That's insane. That doesn't make any sense. But even less sense does it make that there would be no videos or not a lot of videos from the Trump shooting. Just like there's barely any videos from the New Year's Eve terrorist attack.
It's a wonderful time for the Hollywood Jews. I mean, here were a group of Jews who had spent their lives seeking legitimacy and seeking to be embraced by America.
Do you see how they just keep going back and forth? It's a wonderful time to be a J, and we've been embraced and blah, 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 but we're also scared because we have to hide our identities and we have to, like they're just whatever narrative the story needs them to be at that time, that's what it is. So when they need to be like, it needs to show how much we just accepted them and we just wanted their guidance and all that, then that's what happened. But when it was, hold somebody responsible kind of thing, then it's they had nothing to do, that nobody knew. Nobody knew.
And World War II finally affords them that opportunity to be embraced officially. They are now real patriots. Would you check with them?
Oh, God, Jesus. You just said they didn't want to do it and that the government had to force them to do it. So now they're real patriots for doing it? Just goofy.
RKO just okayed Cary Grant. We'll hear from Paramount later today on Colbert and Dick Powell. Oh, swell. Double check with Boyer and Abbott Costello, will you? Right away, yeah. The priority on Irene Dunn has just come through. She'll leave on the 16th. Fine.
The motion picture industry today is supplying without charge all its newest and best feature films to the U.S. War Department Overseas Film Division.
The movies were a tremendous propagandistic tool during this time. They set up camps for the soldiers to come back in where movies were shown 24 hours a day because that impressed the soldiers with what they were fighting for.
It was the beginning of an unprecedented...
Do you hear that? So while these soldiers are out fighting, out killing, and like, what the fuck are we doing this for? They would be shown these propaganda movies all day to remind them that, oh no, you're doing the right thing. You're doing the right thing.
An alliance between Washington and Hollywood.
I will swear that you will bear true faith and allegiance to the United States of America. I do.
For the first time,
Clark Gable, look at that. Oh yeah, he's a real soldier.
A democratic state could not send minorities, immigrants, and the poor to die for an America which excluded them. So, if the enemies were fascist, the American army had to be portrayed as caring and sharing.
I want you to feel free to ask questions, even embarrassing ones. Come to me with...
They're telling you the truth. They're saying it just knowing you're not stupid. You're too stupid to catch it. They're telling you that, well, because we were doing this, we had to show you this, because that way you would believe that this was okay.
Suggestions. We're going to be more than officers and men in this. We're going to be comrades. What I eat, you will eat. Where I sleep, you will sleep. I will take you into my confidence whenever it's possible before going into battle. We'll have a meeting in which I'll explain our plans and objectives so that
you can make a more intelligent contribution to the result. Afterward, we'll have another meeting to criticize the way in which the operation was conducted. We'll fight and endure and win together.
You would have equal opportunity foxholes. If you go back and look at those movies, there was always one Jewish character who was never presented as Jewish, but he was Cohen or Schwartz from Brooklyn. There was always one black character, too.
Wesley Epps Private, 3rd Engineer Battalion.
The American Army during the Second World War was not integrated except in Hollywood movies. And the Office of War Information was very eager to keep our enemies from making capital out of any sort of problems in America. So they didn't want movies that had any racial tensions of any sort.
Corporal Jake Feingold, 4th Chemical Company.
Feingold. Some old guy.
While 6 million Jews died in Europe,
Oh, yeah?
kinsmen in Hollywood were churning out
6 million.
to help galvanize the Allies.
So not true. I bet your grandfather does. Inside the sub. Because that's how you can tell it's deep down in the water, when you take pictures inside it. Go, Goyim, die.
He loved to point out that the chemical ingredients of film were also used.
Look, he's getting a medal.
Mr. Warner, from his experience and background in the motion picture industry,
He's getting a medal.
finest patriotic motives, and on his own initiative, pointed out to the arms and services of the United States forces the use that could be made of the motion picture in the effective prosecution of a war.
So, they say Mr. Warner pointed out how the use of motion picture could be an effective tool in propagation of the war. They're saying they're using it for propaganda. Jesus Christ. He got a medal for it.
Demonstrate that the Hollywood Jews were still fearful immigrants
Oh.
seeking acceptance from Gentile America.
Sure they were. That's what I get from it.
The State Department organized a tour of a number of Hollywood executives, most of whom were Jewish.
Gee, that's weird. Why?
And see the concentration camps.
The Rathbun of RKO, the Barney Balaban of Paramount,
Uh-huh. Dressed up like a soldier.
Mr. Clifford Work of Universal,
All these guys get to dress up like soldiers.
Mr. Jack Warner being emphatic at the end of the line.
Oh, yeah.
We have almost no testimony from these Hollywood Jews on their reaction to what they saw.
See, that's weird. Why not?
No idea, really, of how deeply it impacted them. All we know is that when they returned to the United States, one might think that someone there might have been moved to make some film, or at least some gesture, that would memorialize the 6 million who died. And what is interesting is the absence of any such film.
Gee, that's weird. So it's almost like it didn't happen yet. They didn't create the narrative, the narrative wasn't there yet. Think about that. Like, why wouldn't these guys milk this story for everything they could? They've been doing it ever since. But these old school Jays, for some reason, didn't do it. Because it hadn't been really fleshed out yet. They hadn't really done a good job on it yet. But once they got it figured out, boy, I bet you the minds change.
Or any such gesture. Perhaps it affected them in such a way that, like everything else that's filtered through the Hollywood Jewish consciousness, they felt they could not, they better not, express it.
Oh, yeah? Again, this idea of so it was so visceral for them that they thought they better not say anything. Why? How does that even make sense? Yeah. That's like a pile of like 12 bodies.
Only 2 films on anti-Semitism came out of Hollywood.
Anti-Semitism.
Both were made by non-Jews.
Gee, that's weird. Why is that? Almost like it was a different narrative.
Because they made 50 or 60 pictures a year, they always made 4 or 5 what they call prestige pictures. I could go to them and say, look, I've got a thing here that may not make any money, but it's a prestige picture. The critics are going to like it, and
The J critics.
the intellectuals are going to like it.
The J intellectuals.
For making this kind of a picture because it has something to say.
But it won't make any money because the people won't like it.
We wanted to make Crossfire, which is the first picture ever made of anti-Semitism. We didn't know whether it would make any money or not. We didn't know whether anybody would want to listen to a which went on anti-Semitism or not.
Oh, anti-Semitism.
Strangely enough, none of the 3 of us, the writer, the producer, nor I, none of us was Jewish.
Thomas Finley was killed in 1848 just because he was an Irishman and a Catholic. It happened many times. Maybe that's hard for you to believe, Leroy, but it's true. And last night, Joseph Samuels was killed just because he was a Jew.
When does that ever happen? See, the thing is, like, these narratives exist all over Hollywood and shit. I know when I was a kid growing up in the 80s and 90s, I thought skinheads were going to be a big problem by the time I was an adult. I had been shown skinheads in every facet. Every facet of TV, like it was everywhere. I was sure that skinheads were going to be, you know, this big problem, affecting the world kind of problem. And I've never met one. Like maybe I've seen 1 or 2. Like I've met like assholes. You know, I've met some really racist white dudes, but I haven't met any skinheads walking around blah 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 blah. And this whole thing about Jays being killed, it doesn't happen. Because when it does, we all know about it. There's a fantastic case that recently happened. So 3 weeks after October 7th, 2023, on October 21st, a J community woman leader named Samantha Wool here in Detroit was found dead in her front yard, having been stabbed multiple times in the face and in the neck and shit. You know, like a passionate crime. At around 6:30 in the morning. Later on down the line, her J boyfriend actually called the police and confessed to having probably killed her. He can't remember, but he's thinking he probably did it. And then he was let off because he said that he had taken a double dose of his medication, his psych meds, he was crazy, and hit his vape pen 4 times. And because of that, he called the police and confessed to killing his girlfriend in a way that, like, makes sense, right? But that's not even the real story to me. The crazy part of the story is, again, she's found dead on October 21st at 6:30 a.m. Okay? They tried to say, hey, maybe this is about Hamas, and they tried to play that card. It didn't stick. The newspapers on October 22nd, the morning newspapers on October 22nd, talk about how this woman that was murdered the day before, found dead at 6:30 a.m. in her front lawn, had an amazing funeral that over 1,000 people attended. Can anyone tell me how that's possible? Got 100 people watching right now. Can anyone tell me how someone can be murdered in a way that they don't know? They don't have a resolution for it. It's an open murder, and they're a community leader. And within hours, I guess, because it had to be sort of in the afternoon, you know, early afternoon, over 1,000 people can drop what they're doing, including family members that you would think were all over the country, the world, whatever. What you would think they'd want to be at her funeral. There's a funeral, and over 1,000, they dig the hole, do the autopsy, all that within hours. Does that seem possible to anybody? Anybody understand that? If you don't think you're being lied to, explain that one. Explain how someone has a funeral within hours of being killed. A young person who's not like sick and nobody knew was going to die. I'd love to know. Of course, it's not like anybody's going to actually say anything that matters in the comments. But when you look at the whole idea of Hollywood and you know, killed and blah, 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 funeral, it's all just a big fucking stage. Here's why. This is what we're doing today. We're proving it.
Hating is always the same, always senseless. One day it kills Irish Catholics, the next day Jews, the next day Protestants, the next day Quakers. It's hard to stop. It can end up killing men who wear striped neckties. There seems to be some mistake because we don't have a free room in the entire hotel. But if you'd like, perhaps I can fix you up at the Brewster Hotel down near the station.
I'm not staying at the Brewster. Look, I'm Jewish, and you don't take Jews. That's it, isn't it?
I never said that.
If you don't accept Jews, say so.
Don't raise your voice to me, Mr. Green. Speak a little more quietly, please.
Do you or don't you?
Mr. Green, I'm a very busy man. Now, if you want me to phone for a cab or room at the Brewster, I'll do so. Otherwise...
Otherwise what?
Gentleman's Agreement centers on the story of a Gentile magazine writer, played by Gregory.
God, so stupid.
So he can write an expose on anti-Semitism in America.
Oh, yeah.
This film was also made by a non-Jew, Darrell F. Zanuck.
There's a very famous scene in there based on a very famous incident in which supposedly the Jewish moguls got together and went to Zanuck, whose studio was producing the film, and said, "We will pay you $1 million to destroy all the prints of this film." This is too incendiary. Let us handle it.
It's too incendiary.
Immediately went back to his office and wrote that scene in.
Mr. Green is going to do a series on anti-Semitism.
Can you imagine? This is the stupidest shit. Oh, it's dangerous to talk about this. It's dangerous to talk about this. Go ahead, put it out. It's dangerous. We can't. Come on, you get how stupid this is? Fucking crazy, man.
Again. Not again. For the first time. We're going to split it wide open. Oh, yeah. Mind my saying, as an old friend, I think it's a very bad idea, John. The worst harmful thing you can possibly do now. Not at all. Why is it a harmful idea? Because it only started.
Oh, shit. Okay, so listen, this is going to be super important. This is why it's a bad idea.
Because it only stir it up more. That's why. Let it alone. We'll handle it in our own way. The hush-hush way? Oh, I don't care what you call it. Let it alone. You can't write it up. We've been fighting it for years. We know from experience the less talk there is about it, the better. Sure.
The moguls needn't have worried.
I mean, this is so crazy that the moguls who controlled the film industry are complaining about how persecuted they are. How hard their existence is. Do you not see how fucking arrogant and stupid this is? This is so fucking stupid. And stop talking about it. Stop talking about it. They're talking about stop talking about it while they're putting it out. Oh, wait, no, they didn't make the movie. This is that one movie that was made by Gentiles.
Gentleman's Agreement was consistent with Hollywood's ideology.
Now, first of all, the assumption of that film is that anybody can pass for being Jewish. even among other Jews, and I don't think that assumption is very true. In fact, when he decides to take on the identity, he has a good friend, Dave Goldberg, played by.
So he's saying anybody, the assumption is that anybody could just pretend to be Jewish, but I don't think that's true. We don't look like you guys.
On Garfield, he looks in the mirror and he says, dark hair, dark eyes, just like Dave. No telling characteristics, just like Dave. And he passes. He immediately goes out and he passes.
It'll work fine, Phil.
The theme.
This guy is insulted because he's saying that somebody, like, this stereotype that dark hair and dark eyes. Do you know how many people have dark hair and dark eyes? Come the fuck on. That's the stereotypes we're going with?
Is not you should be nice to Jews, whoever they are, but rather you have to be nice to them because they're just like us. And there's a funny story Moss Hart wrote about they had screened the film for.
Why should you be nice to anybody just because they are something? Do you see? These people are so stupid that they think they're saying something when in reality they're saying something completely different.
People in the crew, and after it was done, one of the members of the crew came up to Hart and he said, that was an incredibly inspiring film. I really learned a lot. And Hart was very proud of this because he had thought he had taught this lesson of tolerance. And he said, well, what have you learned? And he said, I should be nice to all Jews because they may turn out to be Gentiles.
Blurring the line between Gentile and Jew was precisely what the moguls wanted. In fact, some of Hollywood's leading Jews openly espoused assimilation and the literal mixing of bloods as an American ideal.
Mayer Studios, Mr. Louis B. Mayer, an all-American, in heart, in spirit, and in soul.
The call for the creation of a new human type, liberated from the past.
We gather here today, not as Catholics, Protestants, or Jews.
They always put themselves in that third position.
Ancient bloods have contributed to those who meet here today. This great country is itself the
Oh, this is at a Shriner meeting.
the unity of all of these ancient bloods.
Ancient
We are
bloods?
here as Americans.
This great radio program, sponsored by the motion picture industry, is intended to remind us all of the liberties and privileges with which we are blessed in this country. Let us now reaffirm the glory of Americanism, the greatest, the freest, and the happiest ism in all the world.
Hearing on communism in Hollywood.
The House Un-American Activities Committee to order, Chairman J. Parnell Thomas of New Jersey opens an inquiry into possible communist penetration of the Hollywood film industry. The committee is seeking to determine if Red Party members have reached the screen with subversive propaganda.
To the mogul's surprise,
I mean,
powerful men in
the idea that Jays have been using their propaganda on us the whole time is no big fucking deal. But the idea that maybe some communists got through and we're putting some communist propaganda, that's terrible. Do you not get that? I really wonder how much communism is against the Jays, and that's what the thing is.
Washington saw Hollywood's patriotism as nothing more than thinly disguised communism. Now, at the height of their success, the Hollywood Jews watched their dream fall apart.
Their dream fell apart, huh? Just did. Just like how it just came together.
It was the House Un-American Activities Committee, HUAC, which really brought them down.
This committee, under its mandate from the House of Representatives, has the responsibility of exposing and spotlighting subversive elements wherever they may exist. That communists have made such an attempt in Hollywood, and with considerable success, is already evident.
Song of Russia.
With the advent of the Cold War, HUAC began persecuting Hollywood for the populist and pro-Soviet films the Roosevelt administration encouraged Hollywood to make during the Second World War.
Did you cook this dinner?
I did.
But you're a pianist. How can you let her do such work?
How can I let her? The question is, how can I stop her?
I would not be happy here on the farm if I did not do my share of the work.
Oh.
No, but is it necessary?
Well, as long as you have these Jays playing like offensive Russian stereotypes, boy, that makes everything okay.
Necessary that you drive a tractor?
It is a privilege to drive the tractor.
The committee is determined that the hearing shall be fair and impartial. We have subpoenaed witnesses representing both sides of the question. All we are after are the facts.
I should like to see what you have. Oh. First came the mostly Jewish Hollywood talent, who stood up to HUAC.
Are you a member of the Communist Party?
Next, you are going to ask what my religious beliefs are, and you are going to insist before various members of the industry that since you don't like my religious beliefs, I should not work in that industry.
There became an
Look at that. They're creating that shit. So now what you're going to say is blah, blah. This movie is about how they're doing the thing that they say if we talk about how they did this and how they do this, then that is, no, you're not supposed to say that. That's terrible. Don't you, you're making that's anti-Semitism, blah, 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 blah. But if this movies like this exist, that's totally okay. If they say it, it's okay. This is just wild, man.
With things that went together, intellectuals, Jews, Russians, communists. If you look back at any of the depictions of what communists were, all of these things kind of get merged together in the public imagination.
By who? Who was making the films that did that? Like, this is wild. What the fuck?
The chairman of the committee, at the time that it initiated its investigation of Hollywood, was a vicious anti-Semite from Mississippi by the name of John Rankin.
Vicious.
And Rankin said on the floor of Congress, I'm just going to read an excerpt from a speech he gave. He said, communism is the most dangerous influence in the world today. I am talking about the communism of Leon Trotsky. Of course, he mentions a Jew. That is based upon hatred for Christianity. You know that communism. Remember that communism and Christianity can never live in the same atmosphere. Communism is older than Christianity. This is a revision of history, since Karl Marx, to most people's knowledge, is the one who created communism. But this communism, which is clearly a euphemism for Judaism, is older than Christianity. It is the curse of the ages. It hounded and persecuted the Savior during his earthly ministry, inspired his crucifixion, derided him in his dying agony, and then gambled for his garments at the foot of the cross.
Okay, so wait a minute. Like, even though that's just dumb nonsense, if you believe the story, that's exactly what happened. They did that. Notice how he doesn't, that whole thing, he's sort of making jokes and stuff, saying that people shouldn't be saying these things. But does he actually deny any of it? Does he ever say anything like, well, that's just not true because we were this or that? Or no, they don't deny it. The whole narrative is that we shouldn't say anything. If we say something, then we're a problem. If I tell people to watch this video, I'm a bad guy.
Dead in a deadly conflict between those two ideologies. And there can be no compromise.
Mr. Rankin, I hope that you're not impugning in any way the American activities of the motion picture employers in Hollywood.
I am some of them, I'll see.
Well, I want to tell you right now that there is no group of more American people in the country than are those in Hollywood. Well, I want to tell you some of the things they're doing.
Well, I know some of the things they're doing, and I know some of the things they're doing that probably you don't know. But I can tell you now, you need a house cleaning. And need it very badly.
The question of communism is
I mean, think about that. Like, literally, that's not even saying anything bad. That's saying, hey, you know, you've got a lot of bad shit going on behind closed doors. And you guys need to do something about that. And he doesn't go, no, none of that stuff's happening. He says, I hope you're not saying that it's this. He's again telling him not to say it, but not denying it. And that's what they do with everything. You'll never see any Jays out there denying that they're committing genocide right now. Nobody sits there and says that Israel isn't committing genocide right now. All they tell you is that you're not supposed to talk about it. That's the only response you'll ever get from anyone is, don't you talk about her. That's the only response you see on TV is multiple ways of them saying that we shouldn't be talking about it. And if we do talk about it, we're supposed to say that they are the victims. They're the one. The Israelis are the victims. The ones dropping all those bombs and shit. The cowards. The fucking piece of shits.
Related to this inquiry, which is an attempt to get control of the screen and to invade the basic rights of American Mr. Chairman.
This fucking dumb production that's being put on right now, this isn't real. Look at the Jay thinks he's more powerful than the courts, than the rules, than anything. He's gonna keep talking. Never mind that there's a practice here. There's procedure here. And he should have respect for the courts and all that. And he has zero respect. He just goes off on his little tangent. And that's okay because he's a Jay. Are they playing Somewhere Over the Rainbow behind this? Asking, have you ever been a member of the Communist Party? And not saying, no, that's crazy. He says, have you ever been a member? Like, this is exactly what I'm like, this isn't even hard. This isn't hard to do. It's not hard to point this out. And I'm just shocked that more people don't get it. Because it's right here. It's so easy to see it.
To use this to disrupt the motion picture industry and to invade the right not only of me, but of the producers to their thoughts, to their opinions.
See, again, they won't stop talking. And it's being championed like these guys are the good guys because they won't stop talking. They won't follow procedure. And they're saying, instead of these J Hollywood people saying, of course we don't support communism. Bring everything you can. Vet anybody you can. We want to get rid of this scourge too. They're saying, hey, you can't come in here and say that. If you do that, that you're doing this and you're like this and that's anti this. And they're trying to make it seem like it's just like it is now. It's just like the whole Israel conversation. And the crazy part is you have guys like bitch-ass Michael Rappaport. God, I fucking hate that guy. I wish I could punch that guy in the face. Michael Rappaport, John Lovitz, Jerry Seinfeld. You have all these guys that are coming, at least they did, came out and gave these speeches about how if you don't support Israel, then you're against Jayism. They're the ones that are combining the two and saying there's no separation. And we should embrace that. They're right. There is no separation. Us Goyim, Team Goyim, everybody that isn't them needs to band together to stop these crazy fucking psychopathic fucking, genocidal murderers from continuing to kill people, because that's all they're going to keep doing is killing more and more fucking people. Well, acting like a child.
The United States said that anti-communism was American policy. And that scared the shit out of them. Because the last thing they wanted to be called was un-American. Having flirted with the idea of being Americans for so long, they began to believe that possibly they were.
Right, but they're not, because somehow being J means they're not. There's something else. Like, do you get that? They're the ones that say that. We don't say that. They say that. He's like, no, we're not actually really Americans. We're Jays, and we're Jays to the core. That's basically what they're saying.
Hopeful, like I
I told you, Mr. Smith in California, that perhaps
Mr. Smith goes to Washington.
our Congress.
Now came the moguls, who were out to prove their American patriotism.
Mm-hmm. These fucking pedophile, nasty motherfuckers.
If they are communists, to get them out of our place.
Ideology,
Communist.
ideological terms rather, termites.
Isn't it funny how instead of just saying J's, because if they would have just went with J the whole time, this would have been a completely different trial. This would have put the whole narrative on the line. So what did they do? They created this term, communism, to act like they were actually addressing it and to convince the people through these fucking really well done productions that something was going to happen. Guess what ends up happening from all of this? Literally nothing. Literally nothing. The production codes happen.
Burrowed into many American industries, organizations, and societies. Wherever they may be, I say let us dig them out and get rid of them. My brothers and I will be happy to subscribe generously to a pest removal fund. We are willing to establish such a fund to ship to Russia the people who don't like our American system of government and prefer the communistic system to ours.
Do you see this shit? You don't like it? Get out. We're going to ship you out of here. Can you imagine if it was the other way around?
Communist sympathizers in your own. I would not know if they're communist sympathizers. I know they're un-American in their method.
In your studio, you mean?
In our studio. Well, how do you mean un-American because they are communists? Or un-American because they're fascists?
What?
Un-American because they endeavor to put certain things into scripts. That, in my personal opinion, is un-American, and it's my business.
They're making it sound like just anybody could make a movie. So if some communists wanted to make some propaganda piece, they could just secretly infiltrate the movie and somehow get all the teamsters and the lighting and the grips and the scripts and the actors and the sets and the locations, and they could just get all that just secretly. Yeah, that's what it is. It's just some random secret communists.
See, if it doesn't get in, if it eventually does creep in, I cut it out. Well, there's very little difference, though, whether a person is a communist or a fascist, so long as he's un-American. Isn't that true? I am not qualified to answer that. But you admit, though, there are some people in your studio that are un-American. Yes, I accept that.
The way the moguls buckled was the Cossacks are coming again.
The Cossacks.
Unsure of their status.
Oh, it's another pogrom.
Say then the next generation of who are writers, say, or directors,
Oh,
or actors,
oh,
you know, who
poor
were
people.
born in America, and as I was, and had no confusion at all about being Americans. We were Americans, and so we had all the rights of Americans, and would fight for them when we could.
I am against.
Oh yeah.
I'm for everything that you said.
You agree with that statement?
I agree wholeheartedly, and
The statement was a little long, and
it was a very good statement. It's a statement of a real American.
To appease UAC, the moguls instituted a blacklist of studio talent.
Oh my God.
Years before, they had fled European anti-Semitism. But now in America, they became collaborators, helping anti-Semites rid Hollywood of Jewish intellectuals. In effect, they had surrendered control of the industry.
Oh yes.
If you look at the main factors in what caused the moguls' decline, I think you have to look at them psychologically and not to external factors.
Okay. Okay.
After all these years
All of them.
of commanding these studios, QAC and
sad
other
music.
factors demonstrated to them that all the things they had
All
dreamt
of
about,
them.
all the hopes that
All
they had
of them.
had, all the emotion that they invested into their assimilation were really empty.
No. Oh.
It all seems so simple, Vince. Live your life, do your work.
Yeah, they've definitely had a hard time.
You find out it's not that easy.
They've definitely had it rough.
Nothing comes free.
It's like it's identical to black people.
You pay for what you have. Yep.
After Hueck, the fight went out of the Hollywood Jews. They lost their hold on the studios they created.
Oh, dude, that's weird.
Like the Wizard of Oz, having been exposed as fearful refugees fleeing from themselves, they couldn't go on pretending to be moguls.
There are many here
They're pretending to be moguls.
to whom I owe a great vote of thanks. And I have appreciation in my heart. Without their aid, their loyalty and devotion, I would not be standing here taking the bow.
He lived in 1957. He was fired in 1952. So the last 5 years of his life were heartbreaking.
Heartbreaking. Oh, I bet.
Very sad for me as a child to
Oh.
watch. Paced back and forth. Again, I don't want to extend the lion metaphor excessively, but all that energy was now confined to the home. I mean, that studio was his greater family, and he really couldn't bear it. And the pain was evident in his face, in his physical body language, in the anxiety in his voice, in his temper. It was just heartbreaking.
Heartbreaking.
As he approached death, Mayer fell back on religion, but not Judaism. He took religious instruction from Fulton J. Sheen, the leading exponent of popular Catholicism. According to some, Mayer was prepared to convert. His daughter Irene told him that people would scream with laughter at the news.
Scream with
He
laughter.
began to fear that even after death, he would be rejected.
Oh, he would be rejected.
He was buried a Jew.
Okay.
Harry Cohn died a year later. His Gentile wife was with him at the end.
Harry was on the
Harry.
ambulance, suffering from a massive heart attack, and was in pain, And he says, "Oh Jesus Christ," because of the pain from the heart thing. So Joan says, "Harry, my Harry, you found Christ," And so she converts him to Catholicism. Well, on the sarcophagus where Harry, there's a cross and a star on the sarcophagus. And if Harry knew that and knew what Joan did, he'd turn over in his grave.
His dumb Gentile wife was so... First of all, they know. They know. Somebody was taking notes of everything that was said in that ambulance ride. And he said, "Oh, Jesus, because of the pain." And his wife was like, "Oh, well, I guess you converted." That is the goofiest shit. Come on. You had to think that was fucking stupid. Come on. And he tells it so believably. And he really did this. No, really, it's really true.
Harry Warner also died in 1958 of a stroke following a bitter argument with his brother Jack.
So they all died at the same time. That's fucking amazing.
He spent his last years in the south of France, playing the gentleman's game of chemin de fer and palling around with faded members of European royalty.
Chemin de fer. Palling around with royalty. This Jay, who made movies, palling around with royalty in the fucking French Riviera. Gotcha.
He died in 1978 from injuries he received after falling while playing tennis.
Oh, man. I couldn't have wrote that any better. He died from injuries he received falling while playing tennis. Oh, come on. That's so good. How hard was he playing? How hard was he playing tennis, man? Was he like, he's got to be like 80-something, 90 years old, and he's out there like diving. Oh, Jesus Christ. That's fucking hilarious. He died from playing tennis. Oh, man. Come on. Okay.
Carl Laemmle did not live to see Hueck and the end of the studio era. He sold out his interests in Universal in 1936, spent his last years close to his grandchildren, and died in 1939.
Oh, well. Interesting how all these guys died before, there was any, documentation of what's going on. Oh, she's great.
The first mogul lived on, becoming a venerated relic of the past.
His signature in cement, and then his hand and footprints. He is the first motion picture executive so honored. Alongside many screen immortals to whom he gave their first chance, go the imprints of Mr. Motion Pictures.
He's the only one honored by himself.
He died in 1976 at the age of 103.
Boy, that's fucking amazing, right? He just happened to live to 103 years old. Fuck yeah. I mean, we all do that, right? Just 100 plus years old. Why not? All that blood you sucking. All that young blood.
This deep and abiding faith in honesty, hard work, and decency.
Honesty, hard work, and decency.
That in the United
As long as you're honest, you have hard work, and you're decent, you'll make it in this world. Just don't be honest about them, right? Because that gets you in trouble.
States, every man
Like, share, sub. Don't forget to like, share, sub. Come on, guys.
The moguls are gone, but their vision survives. The America of Edison and Rankin given way to an alien ideology. It isn't the communism or Judaism that the Gentile elite once feared. It's Americanism, as defined by Hollywood.
Oh, as defined by Hollywood, which was completely and totally controlled by them. Don't you get it? It's completely and totally controlled. That's what this whole thing is about. Their absolute control over what we think today.
The little guy fighting the odds. The pogrom imagery.
Pogroms. Oh, the pogroms.
Desire to survive. And the various races.
Right, because they're the only ones that have that desperate desire to survive. The rest of us don't.
Assimilating to create the ultimate happy ending. I'm not Jewish. Nobody's perfect. A white middle class.
See what I mean? Like that's okay, right? Nobody's perfect. Because if you said that to me, I would straight up be like, what? Fuck you. Talk to me like that, you piece of shit motherfucker. Are you kidding me? That would be so ridiculous, but that's like an accepted thing. You know what's crazy? Don Rickles. Don Rickles is regarded as one of like the comedy greats of all times. He's a piece of shit. Like, Don Rickles wasn't funny at all. He was this piece of shit racist. He was on that Comedy Aid, whatever it was, with Whoopi and Robin Williams and Billy Crystal, and they did that comedy special, Comic Aid, whatever it was called. And they had Don Rickles come out. And when he started talking, his microphone stopped working. So this black guy comes out to give him another microphone, and Don walks over to him, grabs the working microphone, walks like 10 steps, then turns around and throws the broken microphone and says, "Go get it, boy." And everybody's like, starts booing, and he's like, what, boo me, screw you, blah, blah, blah. You know, I make fun of everybody. I make fun of everybody. I make fun of the black man, and I make fun of the J. Well, not really the J, but still, I make fun of everybody. And if you ever see them, even like people like Ari Shaffir, he doesn't, when he talks bad about the Jays, he talks about them like they have so much money, or they get, they have so much power. They're so much better than us, or they think they're so much better than us. And that's the narrative that he always gives. Anytime they sort of talk bad about themselves, it's just like the slur. They've brainwashed you into thinking that saying that the Jays have all the money, the power, and the control is a slur. That's the most amazing slur you can get. All the money, the power, the control. That's crazy that you think you're not supposed to say that because that's a negative. Here, we're almost done here. Check this out.
Articulating the Jewish experience writ large. A new global religion. Hollywoodism.
Perhaps it's fate that today is the 4th of July, and you will once again be fighting for our freedom.
The 4th of July. July.
Not from tyranny, oppression, or persecution, but from annihilation. We're fighting for our right to live.
So they're just repeating this message over and over again, that every time you see a movie where it's about, the Americans fighting against the aliens or whatever, blah, blah, it's really them sort of bragging to each other. Like, this is just disgusting, man.
To exist. And should we win the day, the 4th of July will no longer be known as an American holiday, but as the day when the world declared in one voice, we will not go quietly into the night. We will not vanish without a fight. We're going to live on. We're going to survive. Today, we celebrate our Independence Day.
Yay! Yay, because the aliens from space are gonna come get us. Ooh. So stupid.
It was a Hollywoodism then. There's a Hollywoodism today. I would go further and say it is what is the ruling ideology of our culture. Hollywood culture is the dominant culture. It is the fantasy structure that we're all living inside.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Things I see about me, the big things.
So we finally finished it.
The little corner.
That's pretty wild, man. That's a pretty wild fucking movie, and it tells you all you need to know. They're flat out telling you what you need to know. It's I couldn't make that any better. I mean, I guess I could, but all you have to do is just sort of just listen to what they're saying. Listen to what they're actually saying, and how supremacist, how, I can't say racist, but supremacist, how supremacist they are in their belief. So everyone go get your free download, www.the-bilderberg, BILDERBERG-group.com. It's free. The link will be in the description. All you got to do, it'll ask you how much you want to pay for the download. You put $0 and it's free for you. Also going to put the link to the movie we just watched, and I'm going to put a link to our Facebook page, a song from from one of our music videos. So do something, help. It's us versus them, and it's clear. I don't know how I'm proving it to you guys accidentally. I didn't screen this movie before I watched it. This could have made me look like a total fool and been like a totally not what we thought it was, what it ended up being. And that's how this is consistently. It doesn't matter what you look up. It's always the same. It'll always prove the point. So it's time for the Goyim to unite and destroy this oppression. They're committing genocide right now. At the very least, we need to stop that. They're the ones that are constantly raping children in Hollywood. At the very least, we need to stop that. So help, share as much as you can, like, share, sub this. Do everything you can to make this voice louder. My voice is our voice. If you're here, you're part of this voice. Whether you're a dickhead or not, you're still a part of the voice. So share and help. And I hate to leave this many people, but it's been 5 fucking hours. Understand that we go live every day, 8:30. So come back tomorrow and we'll see what happens. But share, people. Share, like, share, sub, and we'll be back. And at the very, very, most important, go get your free download, obviously, but Pedophiles, kill yourself.